Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Мы продолжаем работу Гайдаровского форума, который называется «Россия и мир после пандемии». Мы не знаем, когда завершится пандемия, мы не можем назвать точную дату. Но сейчас, оглядываясь на 2020 год, мы с надеждой смотрим в будущее и верим, что 2021 год будет переломным в борьбе человечества против глобальной эпидемии. Именно поэтому сейчас мы хотим поговорить с руководителем Роспотребнадзора Анной Юрьевной Поповой. Анна Юрьевна, здравствуйте.
Good morning, Anna Юрьевна. Can you? I'm happy to see you, to hear you.
Кто будет принимать участие в нашей сегодняшней беседе. И, конечно же, хочу поприветствовать Гайдаровский форум, который уже не первый год выступает драйвером идей, новых идей. И в сегодняшнем дне не прекращает свою работу, несмотря на пандемию.
Even today, in our difficult times, in spite of the pandemic.
Вы и ваши коллеги, ваша команда первыми приняли удар, который обрушился на весь мир, но вы его приняли в России вместе со всей системой здравоохранения. Скажите, пожалуйста, вот спустя год, как вы оцениваете, как вам удалось, как вашей команде удалось правильно расставить приоритеты и, в общем, для того, чтобы достойно ответить на этот беспрецедентный вызов?
Знаете, вот я бы не отделяла команду
separate the team of Роспотребнадзор, although it's been working round the clock, starting from day one of the last year. And it's not only the efforts of healthcare system and Роспотребнадзор and so the system of wellness and happiness of the whole system. We owe it much to many people, the executive authorities, federal, constituent units authorities, municipal authorities. Their effort is unmeasurable, and their coordination and support. So the head of the government, the president of the Russian Federation, it's a systemic round-the-clock effort and work of the headquarters of the government. And this effort and these attempts, actually, this was very nice to hear such good words. But our colleagues from Rоспотребнадзор have done a lot to prepare Russia for the pandemic during the first 3 months of the development of the pandemic. But to prepare for the pandemic, the effort of one constituent unit authority or the federal authority is not enough, has never been enough. It's an effort of all components, of all strata of the society and all the relevant authorities. So the new infection with the pandemic potential. So this fell on the time when, for the first time in history, this kind of some new information specificity occurred when the information is available, accessible to and informed by everyone. So there's so many experts on the pandemic so that appeared during the first days of the pandemic, so you can't even count them. So there are so many. This is the new reality. We had to live in this new reality, to survive in this reality, and we needed to respond to the new pathogens. This is our everyday work, so we had to do this, and that's in accordance with one of the points of our algorithm. During the first week, so the test systems were prepared and were ready, so we understood how important it was to do it all. And so we did not yet know that it was the new coronavirus. So we thought it had something to do with the new flu infections. And so then overcoming that interspecies barrier that occurred actually. So that's what we worked on, and the times after the pandemic. So besides our effort to counteract the new virus, we have been working very hard, and so we actually accomplished all our plans, and we've been good to our word, and actually the entire country participated in spite of the ridiculous hours we had to work, so the long hours we had to work, and difficult efforts. So we've done everything that we intended, that we planned. because without unification, without a systemic approach, integral approach, comprehensive approach, nothing would have happened. I would say that the Russian Federation has very confidently so cleared the threshold of 2020-2021, and so there was the sharp rise of the pandemic was very quickly arrested, localized, and dealt with. So then the daily morbidity, so by 100,000 in other countries, and so then we had only 20,000 daily. Even the worst days of morbidity in Russia were only 1/5 of the daily morbidity in other countries, and so 80,000 and 100,000, and those were the countries that recently were considered to have, were thought to have, very developed system of healthcare. Healthcare system. But now the task is not to lose sight of the lessons that we have learned, and so we have to keep very close watch. And so now we need to concentrate on concluding so this difficult. So what's going to happen, we just don't know yet, though the forecasts exist, and we have a general understanding of the epidemiological process, and so we can see what's going to happen in future. So remembering what we've been watching recently, witnessing recently in other countries, so they introduce lockdowns, very sharp, new mutations, new strains of coronavirus appear, and the lockdowns are very sharp. But in Russia, we can see that so now we have more people who have fully recovered than those who have fallen sick. So can it be a signal of the fact that Russia is slowly emerging from this epidemic, and it's been dealing with it better than the rest of the world? It's not a signal, it's an obvious thing. So there have been lots of signals, lots of signs of that. Epidemiological picture, then we have been analyzing and watching it very closely. We can see all these indicators. So then, for example, daily morbidity, weekly morbidity registered much lower. And then the increment, so that how much tomorrow more than today, so then 2 weeks later, during the incubation period. So this incrementation is very important, and it's slowing down. So then one person passes it to one person, so then there is so then it means that the infection continues to grow. But if there is less than one person that he infects, the infected person, then the prevalence goes down, and the number of the sick people who fall sick every day is quite high. But the epidemiological picture suggests that so then there is a stabilization or growth, and we can extrapolate, but we have a huge country, and so the processes of the epidemic so they're disparate in different parts of Russia, but the systems that we have developed, and that they are just abided by religiously, and unlike lockdowns. So even in spring, so our economy was working at 70% of its capacity, because we, even in those difficult times, so we learned to live. So and when we realized what was happening, so we knew that it was the coronavirus, that it would behave the way we expected it to behave, and exactly what worked. So seasonality and overimposed on the morbidity, the activity spiked in the fall, and it follows its own rules, because the epidemiology is a science by itself, by its own merit, and because they teach epidemiology at medical colleges for 6 years, and so we have the academia, we have the great faculty that teach, and they know, they wield this knowledge about epidemiology, and so we are prominent followers of the Soviet epidemiology. So then, how this difficult situation, how just we pass through this situation, how we wade through it, and so we have achieved a lot because we're doing much better than in other countries where we thought until recently the situation should have been much better because of more progressive and more advanced status of medicine. And we haven't said anything that could be so interpreted in a confusing way. And if anyone wants to interpret it, then it will just go counter to the common sense, because we never interpreted anything, and we always provided the exact figures, the exact statistics, honest, open statistics, and so the system that we have had in Russia and has been operating successfully. So if we did it well, you know, started well in January. And January is the 17th, the 18th. So then we found the new strains. We have a very efficient system of monitoring. So then they say that Great Britain does many more tests. So then our scientists say, so what Germany is doing, what the United States is doing, so how many tests they are performing. So then, but many things are not needed. You need to concentrate on what you really need to change. For example, if there's a change in virulence, if there is a danger of appearance of a new strain that is much more virulent, for example, so that's where you concentrate. So then, or for example, there's the level of how contagious the disease might be. So that's why. So there's no need just to spend a lot of money to sequence every virus and every DNA. Makes no sense. So I need to concentrate on the weakest spots, on the weakest links in the chain. And certainly we can sequence everything, but does it make any sense to sequence every strain? So we've been monitoring it very closely, watching it closely in all 85 constituent units of Russia. But today we've made a decision already that we take this. So then all those who do the sequencing of this virus, we add it to our database, and so then we are setting up so one unified center so that everyone could see the picture in its entirety, and so then it becomes much more efficient if we do that this way. So when certainly we have planned to sequence many more viruses and increase our the database, but certainly it will not change the way we see things and we see how they, because we see all the mutations, we see all the changes and that have been occurring in the Russian Federation, and so we know the genome sequencing, and we've been performing it. And all this goes to one single database for the scientists to interpret it properly. And so we're doing a lot of PCR tests, a lot, because so the number of PCRs, by the number of the PCR tests, so with the country or the population over 10 million, we do the most number of PCR tests, and so we are ahead of the world on that account. And this is a very important subject, and we've been controlling it closely, and because we have 1,500 mutations already. And the Institute of Microbes in Saratov analyzes everything that's uploaded into different information systems all over the world concerning the changes the changes of the sequencing of genomes. We see it all, we monitor it all, and in some countries, mostly in European countries, and Great Britain, even in September, so therefore the first finds, very similar finds were identified even in June concerning the gene. So mutations, so the first mutations were identified at that time. So it's okay. So mutations is a normal process of the life of a virus, and this is so otherwise, so the viruses would not learn how to attack a human being, to attack their host, if this is the basis of their life. This is the basis of their survival. So, but what's important for us, we know that they mutate, but the thing is that we need to figure out how fast they mutate, and this is our task. And so then another very important decision was taken by the decree of the president 2 years ago. Mr. Putin, so then the program of genome centers of the cutting edge level was started in Russia. And so the decision took place, and within the framework of these decisions, we have completely revamped all important research R&D centers related to the new equipment and genome sequencing. So the task is to study the genome in Russia. And we are working on that now. But I'd like just to go back to another point, if you don't mind. I wanted to mention talk. So that's why your slogan of your forum. So the world and Russia after the pandemic. So I want to go back and tell you what we have done besides the pandemic. So that we've been working on the pandemic, but alongside the pandemic, so we've done everything that we had. So we just went along with the national projects, so clear water projects, demography, in the area of nutrition. We have not stopped all this work. So we have studied all the food, all the products in our shops. So the quality was given a special attention. So to make sure that the quality of the food sold by the retail should not go down, must not go down. So that's why we very closely monitor the quality of the products that foodstuffs that are selling right now. So we stuck to all these programs religiously, and it's very important for us and for the state. On the orders of the President of the Russian Federation, related to so then providing hot food for for school children, for the students, especially primary schools. And so we made relevant changes in the law, that tells about the providing food to the kids. And so I'd like to thank our senators, our deputy members, so that they helped. They went a long way, and to help us in the areas of hot food for the kids, clear water. So we have completed and accomplished all the all other orders of the president. And so then 2 years ago, the Gaidar Forum, we spoke about the regulatory initiative. We spoke about it was last year, the Gaidar Forum. So the task was, so another task set by the president before the year end to finish this work, this regulatory work. And I'd like to say that at that time, when we spoke about that for the first time, so we had 414 sanitary and epidemiological and hygienic rules and norms. And over this period of time of less than a year, in spite of all the problems and challenges, we have successfully managed to address this as we codified all sanitary legislation as a set of bylaws. And so then 84 acts that were adopted in the Soviet times, we rescinded them because they lost their relevance. Then when they lumped them, the remaining acts, epidemiology and hygiene, and then non-sanitary epidemiological protection of the customers. So we lumped them into three big components and removed the unnecessary ones. And that is why in 2021 we'll have only 10 regulatory acts. Is 414. We made them into 10, and not just changing the cover of the book. So because our institutes have gone through all of them with a thin comb and brought them in conformity and compliance with the WHO, World Health Organization, and the United Nations, in full conformity with them to coordinate our efforts with the global efforts in this area. Because we have adopted only those acts from abroad, borrowed them, that had more rigid requirements than in Russia. So then water and air, so we have relied on our own experience. No changes were necessary. So that's out of 414, so there's only 10 left. So 8 of them have already been approved, and I think that in January, so the remaining 2 will be approved and adopted. So we have a lot to be proud of. It's been a very difficult work, very challenging work, and we have. So then we started in 2018 and 2019. We coordinated our position, we approved our position, approved our points, so with other relevant authorities and the business representatives, but it all worked out. And that is why I think that we have not wasted this last year. And so there were lots of discussions yesterday at the forum dedicated to partial employment, not full employment. So some companies publicly spoke about that they abandoned forever. And they are moving over to the online remote work from home. What would be your recommendation, mid-term, for businesses? And so do you need to go and work remote, working from home, or new norms need to be developed how to work remotely, or it's just a temporary period that will come to an end eventually? So what would you recommend to the employees and employers? So there are 2 parts. So there are certain rules that are so dictated by the epidemiological specifics. So because when we so then respiratory transmission of the virus, so the less we communicate, so the less is the chance that a person will become contagious and become affected. And this is why it makes sense. So just to separate people. So certainly it's our most favorite format is people when get together and talk, but certainly the contagion immediately spikes. That's why we wrote down all the recommendations, all the rules about the sort of passing the contagion from person to person in all areas of our economy, in all types of activities. We told everyone just how to organize their work effort. But if you conform, if you comply to what we have recommended, everyone will be healthy, and there will be no need for additional efforts on the part of the healthcare system. But the second part, so the medical workers, so they liked this type of work, this kind of work. So working from home, it's less costly. It's not a cost item. And so if you remember, so then the main conclusion of the last year, so the number of self-employed went up. So then some people, the hairdressers services. So it's much better just to work from home. It's much more convenient just to organize small business, work from home, because they get money and they get paid and they're happy.
So you're financially comfortable, but do you welcome this seamless transformation of the society, this smooth transformation, so that we would transfer, and if the conditions allow, so that we would have more remote employment. Yes, from all the types. So from what we have observed and what we know, speaking about the self-employed, we were heard about the fact what can be transferred, what cannot, because there are some activities that you cannot do at home without special premises or equipment or technology. I believe that it should be done in a proper way, more efficient, more convenient, rational, practical. Well, we also had our people working from home remotely, partially, and especially when, for instance, analysts do it, even some people raise their efficiency. People are different. Some people think and analyze better in the daytime, others perform better at night, and then it becomes flexible. I believe that the time will show. I have no objections or contradiction in the fact that part of the people, some people, in the current conditions and communication capacity, and with the modern digital technologies, will keep working from home. The only question is how to equip our houses, because it's a very unusual thing for us to experience. So, in your opinion, could you please tell us that 2021 will certainly become a year of vaccination, at least in Russia, because now our country was the first to start mass vaccination. For instance, I got my vaccination and I feel perfect, and at least I feel safe I feel secure and safe for my family, for the people around me. So it's kind of social comfort that I'm feeling now. So along with the mass vaccination in Russia and globally, will the 2021 become a year of introduction of so-called immune passports or certificates of vaccination? Shall we have a certain unified document about it? Well, we start living in a different world where everything is known about a person. It's just a matter of the framework, of a form, of the type, or unacceptability of some discrimination of people because of vaccines or drugs applications. So it's a matter of discussion. We all have passports to go abroad, and my foreign passport will be accepted in any country where I go once I have the visa. So certainly it can be, or it should be, but the logistics, the way to arrange it is a matter of discussion. But at your level, at the international level, are there discussions? Certainly, yes, we have started it. I cannot say that we are fully engaged, but the WHO provides a site for it, and we are actively involved in all the events of World Health Organization, and we have a special center on studying the virus and the variability of the virus, and we report about our activity regularly. We have been working on the new coronavirus type detected in the UK 2 days ago on all sides. So at almost 8 hours meeting, we participated, and we are being heard. And our people from our institutions today participate in the WHO mission in China on studying the outbreaks. And so we're actively involved. We have great relations with the European Bureau of WHO and with the General Director of World Health Organization. We keep calling each other. If necessary, we discuss certain matters, and the General Director with Mr. With perfect Russian language, perfect command of Russian language. So we feel very comfortable communicating with this great prominent expert. So we're in permanent touch, and you are right in saying that 2021 in Russia, even the 2020 has become a year of immune prevention. And 2021 is becoming, and we are all vaccine-dependent population on Earth. We don't remember what is measles, polio. We're lucky not to remember what is parotitis, or that used to damage boys up to the level of infertility. So we vaccinate the kids, and we are ready to forget about flu. We have vaccinated 60% of the population in Russia for flu, and we all observe. And there is no flu in the country. And today, I remind you, mid of January, we have never experienced a situation of that kind before. We shall be waiting until March and then come to conclusions. We shall certainly achieve the stage when coronavirus will reach the level of a flu. Yes, we said it from the start that it's going to become like flu. In May, we spoke about it last May, because it's obvious that this is a respiratory virus that's looking for room, for space in the wide line of respiratory viruses that usually visit us in early fall. We have developed a system up and running. It's called the respiratory diseases stream. So we test, we take a test for 12 viruses, and now we are trying to add the 13th coronavirus to make it a full line test. And we believe it is correct, and it is the proper way to fight the virus and to adjust the format, and then to give it to the Russian science and the state. The Russian Federation is the only country in the world that has now 3 effective, efficient vaccines on different platforms. It's amazing success, and we are being shy to show to the world. In fact, it is a very significant story. 3 different scientific teams made 3 vaccines, and they are all 3 are effective. They all work. I know that Chumakov Institute is supposed to get the registration certificate very soon, but the results are very telling, very good, and no other country in the world could make it. We created and actually brought them to the production scale. This is a very rare, unique case, and our achievement. This is our great country that's ahead of many. And so we need to wrap up. And could you please tell us what are the statistic factors that will help us understand that the new pandemic of COVID-19 is over? How, at what point shall we be able to say that the epidemic is over? There are 2 factors here. The pandemic globally, on the whole, may certainly last for quite a while, because today we are only getting information about the growth of cases in Africa, in the African continent. Yes, so far we have not been studying it, but it's becoming obvious, and there are some countries where indicators are quite low. Maybe it's inefficient testing, so in such countries the risks are quite high that the epidemic will continue. In the Russian Federation, and speaking about the indicators in the country, is when we speak about the seasonal cases, when we virtually shall have no cases in summer, but we shall see them only in the high season. When we see that the virus has acquired the seasonal nature, and it will start coming and going in due time. But today we have no grounds to say that the circulation of the virus is going to be over. We believe that the water will stay with us. It will become a seasonal virus and will keep coming to us, just like the flu virus during seasons. As soon as we understand that we have no cases in the northern hemisphere and in the opposite months for the southern hemisphere, so only then we can say that the epidemic is over. But we are going there. We're heading there because all these measures that are taken in Russia with vaccination and considering we have more than one vaccine and the epidemiological prevention measures are being observed, and the citizens have become more responsible in part of epidemiological protection. So I believe we're on the right track to make the virus less influential in our lives. And I believe that very soon we shall be able to say that the pandemic is going away and we're returning back to normal. And besides, what we discussed with you and the MOH managers, so the measures that we undertook in 2020 allow us to say that the whole system in Russia to fight the viruses is ready. If, God forbid, the viruses come back. So thank you very much for participating in our forum, and I hope to see you again. So thank you very much. We cannot be relaxed. My position as a leader is that there's way to go. We still have to work and keep toiling. So thank you very much.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное, не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливыми.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome you at our session. We build together businesses, non-profits, people's involvement in national projects. I'm a moderator of this session, so let me introduce our panelists. Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Marat Husnulin, Governor of Nizhny Novgorod, Gleb Nikitin, Governor of Chelyabinsk region, Alexei Texler. Nobody doubts that the implementation of global initiatives set out by the President of the Russian Federation and the government of the Russian Federation is impossible without participation of all citizens of our country, businesses, and of course non-profit organizations. Last year was quite hard for our country and for the global economy. And of course, there were risks that national projects could not be implemented. So my first question is to you, Mr. Husnulin. So early last year, there were risks that some housing projects could not be implemented, mortgages could not be issued, but the end of the year demonstrated that we actually overfulfilled certain parameters. So one of the results of the last year, and what's the role of businesses in implementation of the national projects? Thank you. Last year was really not easy. It made us to review, to reconsider all business models, and it forced us to work harder and faster, because we had to make decisions in conditions of uncertainty, as we were expecting the situation, how the situation will develop in connection with coronavirus pandemic. So we discussed all the decisions with the president, and we offered some specific measures, urgent measures that could help us to level out the situation. Yesterday we summed up the results of our work on roads, and we can see now clearly that we work quite closely with all the regions. My colleagues, governors will confirm that. We work every day actually in a very intensive manner on road construction projects. Well, there were certain regions that did not complete these projects, but on the whole, we've managed to meet all the goals set in connection with that. So we looked into certain situations with some projects, and if situation allowed, we never stopped the construction. Of course, the pandemic did had an effect on that. There were problems with the workforce and equipment, but nevertheless, through mobilization, different procedures, we managed to build these roads. As for federal roads, especially in regional roads, as for federal roads, we even managed to speed up some projects. The central orbital motorway, we managed to deliver more than 300 facilities, Tavrida in the Crimea, a number of other major construction projects were also completed. So in fact, on the whole, most of the targets were met. So right now, as we sum up our work on housing construction, I can tell you that it will be probably similar to the previous years. We dropped in April by 15% first in housing construction, and in mortgages it was a drop, a decline in 18%. But, you know, I should tell you that hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of people participate in this kind of construction, contract construction. So, of course, if we failed to finance the project, we could have more people, the so-called deceived share investors. So the simple decisions on mortgage on easy terms, decisions that were made by the president. First of all, the mortgages on easy terms up to down interest to down to 6.5%. So thus, people now have hopes that as you take the mortgage, the interest will not be more than 6.5%. So people started to use the mortgages, plus the mortgages in rural areas, Far Eastern mortgages. As a result, last year, one of the indicators of the national housing projects, we managed to meet the targets. We were supposed to reach 8% only by 2024. And we managed to reach the 7.5% interest on mortgages. But what's most importantly is that we managed to meet people's expectations. And that 1.3 million of families were able to buy flats and housing. Millions upon millions of families and households were able to improve their living conditions. Well, of course, when we're talking about business participation, of course, the state's share in construction projects is million. It's mostly done by businesses. 1 trillion rubles were invested in the construction projects. So we calculated taxes in this area, and we already see, comparing 2020 to 2019, we can see that all the investments led to the situation that there's more money now in the economy in general. The key decision was to lower the interest rates, and the fact that the central bank lowered the interest rate, we paid 1.1 billion compensation. So we didn't spend any budget money. So as a compensation, we received from these measures. So we can say that the crisis, the virus crisis, has pushed us to work harder. Also, I think the reform in terms of regulating construction business, I'm representing the Agency for Strategic Initiatives, so we were implementing the entrepreneurial initiative in terms of optimizing terms of construction. But what you managed to do over the 6 months period, deserves applause from businesses. And I know how the governments reacted to that, as you managed to reduce radically the bureaucratic standards that managed to also to reduce the investment cycle. As you mentioned, that it actually allowed to reduce the investment cycle by 1 year. So yeah, we worked together with you all these years to improve the business climate. So we worked really hard in this area. So we worked together with the government on the regulatory guillotine. And there were a lot of questions from the governors. So I'm really thankful to them when we had first headquarters meetings with them and asked them what kind of obstacles there are in terms of construction projects. So, well, of course, not everything is so good and perfect, but the key obstacles were removed. The key loopholes were removed as well and extended. So we've issued 70 legislative initiatives, a large number of legal acts and agency documents. Well, of course, this is an endless process, and we're going to improve it even further. And if there's something to improve, of course, we will carry on. Of course, in terms of legislation, I think our main task is to reduce the time between the idea and the actual commissioning of the construction project down to 1 year. In Europe and Western China, we made a decision in the summer of 2019, and end of 19 we started construction. So never before we could have done this within such a short period of time, because you have to prepare the territories, the communications, and everything. So there's a huge amount of work there. So we've made a real breakthrough there. So this year we are supposed to meet some other targets. Russia has already advanced in this area, and we've made some progress in this area, but we would like to minimize the number of procedures this year. So the task for this year is to reduce the number of different bureaucratic procedures, procedures that require approvals. So the president said, let's look into inspections and to see whether we can reduce the number of inspections that are required in this area. Because you can just count this quite simply. These working capital turnover, the average cycle is 3 to 4 years, while the capital turnover is 20–30% less now. So it's much easier for us to borrow funds when the developers, the builders can take less loans now from the banks, because every day of delay in construction project, of course, means money. So you already answered the key question of our session today, but how we can do help business to come to implement the national projects. I think that last year there was a kind of a foundation laid out by you personally in this area. So I think the trend will continue, and believe that the developers, construction companies will help us to implement the national projects, and it will be really profitable for them. But let me ask now the regions. Nizhny Novgorod region, well, considering the results of 2020, overfulfilled the plan, actually, in terms of some parameters. You're building engineering infrastructure, transport infrastructure. A lot of facilities were implemented, kindergartens, schools, roads. What's your personal evaluation? How can you assess the results of the previous year, and how businesses work, and how people can participate in national project implementation? Thank you, Sveta. Now, I just wanted to help our audience to plunge into the context of this. So the project financing, the period that we were going through, you remember the so-called deceived share participants. So we had to think about reducing the housing construction volumes, and also there were another factor which added to our tension, that is the world pandemic. And we were in for a real reduction in the construction rates if we didn't do anything at the time. But I would like to say thanks to the headquarters, to Murat Husnolin personally, for the efforts they pulled and the assistance they gave to us in these terms. So we were talking about this in 2020, actually on a weekly basis, when there were a lot of construction projects before that. But when the coronavirus arrived, we had to deal with the situation promptly. So we had to think what we can do in the regions, because certain decisions were not made as quickly as we wanted to see that. Some projects we never stopped any construction project, even for one day. As Marat Husnulin said, we actually grew by 4%, just as many other regions in the country. So the rates of growth did not go down. So we were really surprised, and we did not even expect in the spring of last year. Also about the involvement of certain facilities, certain projects in the general turnover. Well, regarding the expectations for 2021, we can already say our diagnosis in terms of investment activity. So I can tell you that 2021, we are looking into this year with optimism, and so this session is titled Building Together. Some people who are not very knowledgeable in construction think that there shouldn't be any state involvement in this. It should be purely business that is dealing with that. But this is not so. I think the regulation is really necessary so that business could believe in the investment opportunities of certain projects. But the main problem here, and in Nizhny Novgorod region and other regions, is the availability of territories where infrastructures have already been prepared. So the task of the state is to find money to get ready with infrastructure, with roads and engineering facilities. Well, of course, we understand that in some places, in some projects, you can rely on businesses in areas where the investments are attractive, where there are good conditions for that. But if there's a new construction project with no access roads, you understand that nobody is capable of doing that. So that's where the state has to step in so as to provide more opportunities for the builders. So there's a program for incentives for regional construction when the certain projects were put on tenders. So the most importantly, of course, is creation of the road infrastructure. So as colleagues will confirm, the social infrastructure is probably the subject of some other national projects. But precisely this program, the government program, allowed us to launch several facilities, several projects, and no doubt that the scope and the possibilities of this program does not meet the requirements in certain regions. I can tell you that in our region we evaluated our participation in the around 2-3 billion rubles, up to 5 billion, depending on the tender conditions. While the real requirements were 54 billion rubles up to 2024, which included the construction of schools and kindergartens and engineering and utilities. So the infrastructure bonds and that we're going to talk about this, and other projects have to be involved in this. And of course, we need to involve organizations providing resources through investment programs. So this year, we've made a real breakthrough, the long-awaited breakthrough. So we signed the investment program with Miller of Gazprom. So Gazprom is going to invest 14 billion rubles, including in the urban gas distribution facilities, networks. This is which will cover huge territories. So, of course, we would like to see other companies such as Rosseti, the Russian federal grid, to work in the same manner, water supply, heating supply organizations. That will allow to alleviate the budget load for the state. Also, we're talking about investment projects using these means through external investments, private investments, such as concession agreements. Yes, the social infrastructure is one of the examples, positive examples. Well, I'm afraid I can be carried away by this process because we started building a school We are talking about a school, but it's at least 3 schools plus the Center of Education for 4,500 students. And last year, that's precisely the concession agreement I'm talking about, and built by businesses, by private businesses. In Nizhny Novgorod, it's a concession agreement, but in reality, it's a kind of a subsidiary, a kind of a quasi public-private partnership. But in this particular example, it's pure business venture. So the people share their ideas, offer ever better conditions, terms and conditions. Some say that I've already reduced the interest rates, so we can provide even better conditions. So there's a number of similar projects that we would like to launch. We already have 4 private concession initiatives on the table. And it's quite often, it's also already used in other spheres, the kindergartens and schools, and all the network projects. Let's consider some other areas. So I think the best practices that we've talked about is already been offered within the framework of our contacts about regional practices for children's recreational facilities. The infrastructure, there's a shortage of infrastructure in this area, so there's quite many children's camps, which are impossible to renovate without the business involvement. It's impossible to upgrade them. I think this model can be rolled out across the regions. Yes, I think special thanks to you for that. So I wanted to talk about this when we were talking about standards, but in fact, the Agency for Strategic Initiatives, I think you help us a lot as you identify the best practices. Well, of course, we're pleased to hear that these practices are from our region, but in reality, in terms of summer recreation facilities, and similar projects for children, allows us to use additional structures and also including the budget payments. But there is a special financial model that can be applied here at this point. Well, in school, it's just we're talking about pure profits in this area. So, of course, we can roll out these projects, and of course, across the country, but in some areas, some regions that have already implemented these projects already. But now getting back to your previous question regarding the rates of growth in 2020 and the schools and kindergartens that were built. In Nizhny Novgorod, I think the first school, in the first 11 years, school was launched within the framework of the national project. I think for our city is quite good, but we need, of course, 12,000. But if you compare with what happened during the previous decade, it's a real breakthrough.
And certainly we are focusing on the city because we will celebrate the 800th anniversary, and this is when our concessional portfolio is considering certain projects. We make a bet on the city, and then we'll go to the region. Certainly we are afraid of being carried away because we have to predict the financial state and to make some predictions in the long run and the profits which will be generated by certain extra projects. So we calculated the potential tax revenues for 3 projects. First of all, this is a very meticulous work. It took about 6 months for identifying certain problems and drawbacks. If you take an appropriate approach, even social projects can pay off very well, and certainly the term should be much longer, about 20 or 30 years, and we have to look not only at the financial effects, but the social impact have to be considered, and this social impact actually would reflect on the finances. It will increase the revenues and the payback and the financial sustainability of the regions in the long run, end of the day. I do think that these projects help us to assess this result. Thank you so much. And Mr. Texler, I have the same question to you, Chelyabinsk region. What do you think about the results of the last year in terms of the national projects implementation? And I know that for Chelyabinsk region, the environment is of crucial importance. The ecology is a national project. How do you account for the participation and contribution of the non-profit organizations and non-state actors? Thank you so much, Svetlana, for your question. Really, 2020 was far from being easy in all senses, but the dynamics which we gained, the impetus which we gained, thanks to the government, thanks to the mobilization which we saw in the country, regardless of the pandemics, regardless of objective and subjective difficulties. And Mr. Khusnov said that the financial component, as well as other components, had a say. And there are a lot of migrant workers who came to us for road construction, for construction of other facilities, and we had to manage that almost manually, and we didn't put the construction on a hold. All the construction sites functioned as usual, all the businesses, except for the ones which had to stop for certain objective reasons. Their activity helped us to improve the epidemiological situation and to fight against COVID-19. So it means that the situation was more manageable rather than if we allow for free floating of the situation. All these indicators, all the objectives which we put forward for ourselves in terms of the national projects were quite good. Yesterday we took stock of the projects and we are in the green zone, and we 100% performed or even overperformed the indicators. Especially it is true for the road construction, for the new housing construction, and we allocated extra resources for the roads construction, and we doubled the scope of the road repair, because the residents, they see the quality of the roads, and the way they look at the authorities, they look at the prism through the prism of the roads. We increased the gasification of the gas supply for the rural areas in a number of our cities. Probably for the first time since the Soviet times, we built new houses following the program of the shabby and dilapidated houses, and as a private initiative. And probably it would be a loud phrase, but it was a kind of renaissance of this or that village or this or that settlement. So once you build a new structure, you build a new kindergarten, then the attitude of the residents would change immediately. They no longer would be dreaming of migrating, of fleeing from that place. Along with that, we are implementing huge investment projects. In particular, I can bring a case of Upper Eufalia, where the only major employer went bankrupt, and we are going to build a new production site in that city. We built 3 residential blocks of flats in Upper Ufala. We started building roads, and a year and a half ago I came to that city. I remember the sentiments of the residents, and it changed dramatically ever since. And the same is true of any settlement, of any town and city. And this is very important. I'd like to thank the government, and Mr. Khusnun, I'd like to thank you for helping us to gain such a momentum, where actually we never had such good sentiments in the construction sphere. And this is not just my personal viewpoint, this is what our constructors think of you and of the government. Back to a question about ecology and the contribution of business. Out of 12 cities which are members of the the ecological project. Two cities, Chelyabinsk and Vendigorsk, are located in Chelyabinsk region. In 2019, I personally was involved in negotiations with our major enterprises, which may affect the environment, and we signed an agreement stating that the enterprises had to commit themselves to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 25% by 2024. This would be the private initiatives. If we look at the Clean Air National Project, if you look at the previous year's situation, about 9 billion rubles were invested into that project, and 99.7% were contributed by the private business. We set up a monitoring system in order to monitor how the commitments and obligations are performed. So these were the investments from the public offers, but this is not too big money. Actually, about 50 billion Russian rubles have been invested by the private business into the environmental projects until 2024. And we have developed our own ecological standard, not only Chelyabinsk, Magnitogorsk are part of that project. All the enterprises of Chelyabinsk region, all the enterprises of systemic importance signed strategic agreements with other major enterprises outside Chelyabinsk region, and they committed themselves to invest about 30 billion Russian rubles into the ecology. This is a real breakthrough because this is about ecology, environment, social responsibility. And business now treats ecology totally differently. I was born in the city of Chelyabinsk myself, and I remember the smoking chimneys, and the metal workers were happy, everyone was happy. And now we realize that enterprises can be environmentally friendly, and they have to treat ecology totally differently. There is a social demand from the residents that just the operation of an enterprise does not make people happy. It means that the enterprises have to boast zero emissions, zero discharges. All the workers are dressed in white overalls. This is a very good example of the metalworks, of the metallurgy, which we aim at. It has to be environmentally friendly, has to be clean, with no detrimental effects on the residents. And naturally, main investments have to be made by the private business. You look at the Ecology National Project, it includes the clean environment and a number of other projects. And the public budget invests lots of money. And we have a waste yard of the city of Chelyabinsk, which is located there since 1940s. And we have invested about 3 billion Russian rubles in order to eliminate that waste yard. And until 2024, about 75% of investments would be made by the private business, and 25% would be allocated from the public coffers in order to improve environment in all the directions in the region. If you remember, we have 5 national goals: comfortable and convenient environment. This is about housing and ecology. There are other directions we have to aim at, and the private business has to invest heavily there. And actually, private investments would play a key role in attaining the goals and objectives which were put forward in terms of the national projects. Digital economy also is heavily dependent on the private investments. Industry and everything related to entrepreneurship certainly also dependent on the private investments. Health and self-realization of the citizens would require the involvement and contributions of the non-profit organizations, non-governmental organizations, and we increased our subsidies and grants allocated. And we see that people's feedback is very much welcoming these our initiatives. People appreciate the social and welfare initiatives. We have lots of volunteers in 2020. We see a rise of people. Yesterday, Mr. Kirienko moderated the session of the Presidential Grants Council, and he told the experts that there were some risks. We also thought that the pandemic and COVID-19 would have negative consequences to the activity of the NGOs, but on the contrary, there are even more NGOs and non-profit organizations that were supported through the presidential grants, and NGOs were very much involved in offsetting and mitigating the ramifications of COVID-19. Experts were very skeptical, but this skepticism did not come true initially. I remember when the national projects were approved, business actually was very, so to say, reluctant to participate in their implementation. And, Mr. Husnulin, I just wanted to say that in terms of housing and convenient city environment, road construction, and other areas, non-budgetary investments were to amount to 8.5 trillion Russian rubles, and actually last year only one national project alone brought us about 1 trillion non-budgetary rubles. And you also announced another tool of infrastructural bonds which are to be issued in order to bring about 1 trillion rubles which would be spent on social infrastructure, on building roads, etc., etc. In December, a law on the comprehensive development of territories was adopted, and the citizens and residents of Russia now will be able to move from dilapidated houses and improve their housing conditions. How this mechanism is going to unfold, what guarantees and what conditions would be set by the government for these infrastructure bonds? Yes, really, last year we were preparing the regulatory database, and last week we launched a regulation with 5 pilot projects. We are working very well with Nizhny Novgorod region, and really we did a very detailed calculation for the road construction, for the power grids, and even public transportation. So we did a very thorough calculation for the city development. We're going to launch some pilot projects, and throughout the year we're going to test that with other regions. There is a big waiting list. We have just to explain the rules of the game. Until now we have defined 5 regions, and we have defined 5 regions because there are certain financial limitations, and you have to test certain mechanisms. Actually, we have to allocate about 5 billion rubles for the pilot projects. The key question is the level of debt which we can allow for the regions to borrow. Once we address this problem of borrowed money, then probably it would be much easier to draw money, to draw investments. So this is a global best practice. China goes this way, and the United States actually went this way too. All the provinces in China went up because the central government allowed the regions to draw investments, to borrow money with co-funding from the federal budget. But the rules of the game have to be very clear. We see it that if the project is very appropriate, and for instance the housing projects would be a success as well, because most of the investments would be private. We give some minimum guarantees. The investors would build the housing, and the region would actually build the housing on its own, and the investments would cover all the costs. For this year, our key objective is to actually draw 1 trillion rubles of investments by means of infrastructural bonds for the residential housing, because it will entail, apart from the social projects and road construction, it would also imply upgrading upgrading of the utilities, for instance, water supply channels actually are in a very poor condition, and we'll have to also improve and upgrade the water supply and heat supply, because otherwise the residential housing would not be possible. The second bulk of the second set of questions is about the roads. The initial project says that 105 agglomerations or mega cities should have their roads improved. Budgetary means are not enough, because due to the COVID-19 we have certain limitations in the budget. So it means that we don't have enough money and we don't have more money. So we have less money and we have to perform more tasks. Without drawing private money, without new mechanisms, such an objective would be totally unrealistic. Therefore, we are looking at how we may draw money to support road construction. There are dozens of initiatives which would be covered by private investors. Part of the investments would be made by the federal budget. For instance, if actually it costs about 2 rubles to build a road, and if 1 ruble is invested by the government and 1 ruble is invested by a private company, still we'll have a road and we are going to save up 1 ruble, but this way the road will never be constructed. Thank you so much, Mr. Husnulin. We are about to end our session. I do think that this year really we create most convenient and comfortable conditions for the business, for the people who are ready to take part in the national projects and make their contribution into that globally important objective. So there are lots of opportunities for them. And Mr. Husnulin, thank you so much. And that's great that the Ministry of Housing contributed to the convenient environment national project. 50% of the citizens and residents have to take part in the implementation of that project. How they account for that? Just 1 minute for that. Whatever we do for the sake of the citizens and residents, and so they have to be involved. Not always this is an easy task, and they would ask some painful questions, which we would not like. But that's necessary because the federal government and the regional government, they are working for the sake of people. And I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank you, Svetlana, for being so active in our work. I'd like to thank my colleagues, the governors, because in essence they did an enormous work. 2020 was a test for everyone, and almost everyone actually performed very well, and the colleagues present here, they even outperformed the objectives and indicators in terms of housing and construction. We took stock yesterday of the performance of the national projects. Who is monitoring the performance of the national project, or who are contributing to the national projects? We may say that 85% of people polled, they know the objectives of the national projects. They keep track and monitor the performance, and that's very good. Mr. Husnulin, dear governors, thank you so much for your input. We do hope that this year, despite all the difficulties, we'll give more opportunities to make our plans come true. Thank you so much.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное — не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
на наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливыми.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends. Our meeting today is devoted to quite an interesting and really important subject for the businesses and the government of the Russian Federation. I'm talking about the control and supervision activities, guillotine and reform. My colleagues are Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Dmitry Grigoryenko, who actually was a conductor of the orchestra, so to say, in talking about the reform. My colleagues, Marina Bludyan, First Vice President, Opora Russia, and my colleague Vladimir Vlasov, CEO, Roads and Bridges. So that's what we would like to discuss today, what we managed to do and what where we failed. We have prepared some video clips today. I have some questions that I'm trying to ask, because it's not every day that I have a chance to ask questions the Deputy Prime Minister. So let's start with a video clip. The government suggests that we review the control base of the supervision activities. I think this is quite right, and we have to support this, but I think this is not enough, as we have to make more radical steps. So let's draw a line under this beginning January 1st, 2021. Let's stop all activities of all existing normative acts in the area of monitoring and supervision and all agency instructions and guidelines. During the remaining 2 years, we have to rework all this documentation, and we should think about leaving on keeping only documents that are really necessary, and the others should be sent to the archive. So when we discussed this subject, many colleagues were quite sincere, and they said, we are afraid, we are scared. It's true. I understand why you are scared, and this is a real problem, because in certain areas, in certain agencies, there are huge volumes like this, which have piled up over decades since the Soviet time, since the time of crime conquest and Ochakov, not 2014. I mean, the time of Griboyedov and earlier. Well, of course, there are a lot of regulations there, a lot of procedures. So much has been written. I doubt if the people who work in these agencies know what is written there. So you shouldn't be afraid. And let's start doing this work, and let's keep only the documents, and let's update all these documents. So this was the tasks set by the president. Everyone has seen it now. And, well, in my work, I've been not only an observer but a participant. There were several approaches towards control and supervision activities on the part of the government, but unfortunately, I should say that until the last reform, none of these actions been a success, but only the first one, when the start was announced by the president of the country, and I think it was quite successful, and they've done a tremendous work, which was highly appreciated by businesses, because all this work was done together with businesses, and I know colleagues from Chamber of Trade and Commerce, and there were a lot of commissions, subcommissions, dozens of work teams were our colleagues worked, who were had to comply with all the requirements that were born a long time ago, and many of them are already obsolete. So they've done a great deal of this work now, and in my view, there's a certain stage that is over now. 2 more documents have been adopted. So the question to you now, I think it was serious work. It's a kind of a first initial step. So far, it's not complete. So how many requirements were actually removed? Let me start, first of all, with the fact that as we were doing this inventory, we saw there were a lot of requirements which don't exist. More than 494,000 mandatory requirements that used to be there, which businesses had to comply with in their business activities. Also, talking about figures, more than 12,000 normative legal acts were cancelled, were revoked. And, you know, it's a huge number of documents, but the fact is that out of these 12,000, almost 9,000 documents date back to the Soviet times. Some documents which were prepared 40, 50, or 70 years ago, and the businesses had to comply with these rules, and sometimes they were even the subject of inspections. The second important point is the overall assessment of documents in terms of their redundancy or obsolescence. We understand that various factors last year was quite hard, but about 30% of documents, depending on the type of control and the industry, were actually revoked. So it's quite much indeed. Also, the president has said that many mandatory requirements were in a large number of documents, so sometimes it was really hard to get them together in one pack. So it was really hard to do. Sometimes, you know, we had to assign a special person who is knowledgeable in that. Specialists had to work on that. And what we managed to systematize, to bring it to a system. So in fact, we came out with about 50 normative acts which accumulate these rules and requirements. So after we updated this, after this inventory was complete, we realized that they were more consistent with business requirements. As we understand that, well, it's just as simple as that, that they are consistent with modern requirements. And also, I would like to emphasize that President gave an impetus to start this work a year and a half ago, but without businesses it was impossible to do this. It's a kind of a bilateral approach, two-way road to do this job. And it's important, it's not only that it was started about 2 years ago to carry out this reform, but he also set the day, the 1st of January 2021, when this work had to be completed. So we got together and we realized that there was the deadline, and that's how we managed to do this job by the 1st of January. Thank you. From my talks with colleagues and businessmen, many people doubted I realized that this titanic effort could be completed by January this year, but anyway, this already has taken effect. Are you expecting some kind of effect from this work that you managed to cancel and to get rid of many documents? Well, of course, we did have a lot of doubt, including on the part of businesses, because it's not the first approach to the subject. In fact, talking about the effect, I would like to repeat again that
прошлый год был достаточно специфичным. Этот эффект достаточно ярко, ну, наверное, прежде всего на сегодняшний день.
Because last year, as you know, had some specific features, and also, I would like to say that simplifying certain procedures allowed us not only to reduce costs incurred in connection with certain construction projects. We managed to at least to reduce, to cut down some paper work, because there are a lot of procedures connected with construction projects, and a lot of documents had to be approved before the construction project, some afterward. But as for other areas of activity, I can cite the construction standards, sanitary and hygienic standards. So we are talking here not about revocation of certain requirements, but about the updating, because technologies change, situation change very fast. As they say in Alice in Wonderland, you have to run fast if you want to stay in one place. So a lot of things have already become outdated, and that's why we have to think about the situation, because this year the businesses will face real simplification of certain requirements. And in this context, we have to look at this subject, because, as I said, some requirements were revoked as redundant, but some other requirements were updated. And few people talk about this, but it's an important component. These requirements are now rely not on what the state wants, but they rely on the principle of a dialogue. It's a kind of a know-how, I should say, certain kind of agreements between the state and businesses that you have to do this work complying with certain requirements. Okay, we'll get back to that, but we have some surprises. I mean, in the shape of video materials. Jointly with the Agency of Strategic Initiatives, we prepared a video clip devoted to control and supervision activities. So please, if you could run this video clip on the screen, and then we'll ask our colleagues to comment on that. Quite often, the businessmen have to pay fines for non-compliance with certain norms and standards. And sometimes it's based on the real fines.
Не хотелось бы вас будить.
I don't want to wake you up.
Такое дело, что
but this, he needs to sleep.
Уже страна другая, мир другой.
But the country has changed, the world has changed, and you still try to wake him up. This is not good.
Так это не от хорошей жизни, бабушка.
Предприниматель,
знаете, какой сейчас пошел?
Умный, подготовленный.
И главное, всякий страх потерял. Коллега моя рассказывает. 6 часов работы
My colleague said that they were inspecting one cafeteria for 6 hours.
И как же нам работать теперь, а?
Do you think they know about the sanitary requirements? So how are we going to work now?
Что вы сказали?
Sorry, what did you say?
За сутки кондитерский цех ресторана производит больше 300 килограммов
restaurants and some factories produce more than 300,000 tons of products. So they have to be equipped with certain equipment, otherwise there's a suspension for 90 days.
Теперь можно по моему вопросу?
Now, can you answer my question?
Я быстро, бабушка.
Sleep.
Есть предприниматель один.
Sleep now. There is one businessman.
50 человек в штате. Ему за раз не подкопались.
50 people work for his company.
У него даже комплект противогазов на всех имеется.
Tricks against him. But he has everything. Even a gas mask. But, you know, we could easily fine him, use a penalty against him for lacking some kind of equipment. But now everything is fine.
Просыпайтесь.
Can you wake up, please? Wake up.
Просыпайтесь.
Wake up.
Павел Сергеевич, готовы?
Pavel Sergeyevich.
Согласно гигиеническим
ready. According to hygienic requirements, an employee should
наклонов под углом более 30
make at least 100 bends at the angle of 30 degrees.
Это мы никак не уснем.
It's just a norm.
Они никак не проснутся.
Is it us who cannot wake up, or they cannot wake up? I know that a co-host of this video clip was Maria Bludyan, who is with us today online. Marina, while you're still working in your place, not as a film director, but I know that you made this film about 2 years ago. Do you think it's still topical today, or we have already got rid of that? So thank you for a chance to speak here today. What I would like to say, it was a year, really an unusual year, but now the ice has turned up and down. So this year, the relations between business and authorities, so it was a really hard year. I've never worked in businesses so hard as I had to work this year. Not only myself, but everyone who participated in this process. Well, you know, it is very rare that I say thanks to our authorities, but I would like to say thanks to them for organizing this work, for the rates that they used at this work, and for compliance with certain positions, and of course for large scope involvement of businesses. I think more than 1,000 experts took part in that, maybe several thousand, because only 17 people in every group, 44 work teams were involved in this work, and in parallel business experts participated also from all over the country in this work on norms and standards, different documents. So right now, I can't think of any business unit who would say that they did not participate or they are unaware of what was going on. In parallel, simultaneously, two important laws were adopted. And these laws, I have no doubt about that, they, I think, support the results of this guillotine. But let me tell you that all the requirements that were in the past are gone forever. They are not going to wake up again. If they wake up, I think it will be in violation of the law. So I don't think somebody will wake up and just because they want to. So we see now that there is an alliance between businesses and the state, and we have learned to understand each other. There's a mutual understanding. We are not like a hunter and the game. We are now cooperating, and we have now learned how to cooperate on the level of regulatory work. And let's hope that the new laws will imply that the implementation will be as efficient as what has been regulated now. But and of course, we don't want to lose this momentum, and we would like to see this guillotine mechanism to continue as a meat grinder, and would like to see the future in which all of us are capable of working efficiently. So thanks a lot to Minister of the Economy and the Minister of Justice also. So let me draw another brief example. In the Emercom, they've cut down 30% of all documents and requirements, 90.5 billion rubles. That's an expert assessment in reducing the document circulation and certain points related to fire-proof requirements, more than 30% even. I think businesses this year will definitely feel that the requirements have been reduced indeed, and we won't be able even to recognize the new control and supervision system in the Russian Federation. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Well, perhaps you could communicate our gratitude to the chairman of the Russian Federation government, to the Prime Minister. Well, of course, it's a rare thing that we receive such good feedback. Well, talking about these control and supervisory activities, the fire safety requirements, and restaurants and construction, the area of construction. As you rightly noted, this sphere has a multiplication effect, multiplier effect, because as we wanted to talk about this here, we wanted to ask Mr. Vlasov, who's in charge of roads and bridges, Vladimir Nikolaevich. What is your take on the guillotine effect today? Do you think there is a certain effect already of what has been done so far?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak up. On behalf of the leading contractors in the area of roads and bridges, I have to say that in the last decade, the contradictions in the regulations and legislation only increased. And about 100 different laws and bylaws were adopted on a yearly basis. Some of them would be abandoned later on. It was done with wishful thinking and for allegedly good reasons, but the contradictions only increased. So, and actually the definitions were quite ambiguous. Recommendations are of no sense, and contradictions usually are in the area of standout between the Russian legislation and the customs union legislation. Unfortunately, there are more and more contradictions there. We actually have to look at special technical terms, which actually are regarded as a bridge between the reality and the requirements. But in the last year, we see a very positive trend when real professionals came to power, and we, the contractors, are being involved in the guillotine, and a number of things which were regarded as considered as impediments have been eliminated. But all in all, in our opinion, there is no turning point in that situation yet. We have to proceed from some sporadic actions to systemic actions. We have to identify where we are moving to so that the guillotine could be benchmarked against the final result, the outcome. We have to identify the destination where we're moving to. The industry has to be efficient for the state. It has to be stable, sustainable for the workers. It has to be profitable for the investors in the long run. But to this end, we have to come up with a target model for regulation. If everyone agrees that we have to move in that direction, means that we have to develop the structure of the norms and add some content to that. As I said, in the last year, we feel a very positive shift. But we believe that you have to engage the spokesmen and representatives of the contractors and the design bureaus to guillotine and to the restructuring. And it would be very important to state the leading role of the Ministry of Construction in that process. And we will all support that role played by the ministry. Here we can approach this process systemically. Then in years' time, we'll speak not only about some success and outcomes of that year, but we will feel in practice a very positive shift, I'm sure, that we are doomed to be successful, and this is reasoned by the professionals or the people who are running and managing the construction sphere in Russia. And this is also pinpointed by the skills and qualifications of the contractors and contractors. Thank you so much. Mr. Grigorenko, what do you think? I think that the question was a very right one. Actually, the main objective is not to give up several dozens of pieces of law, but rather to achieve certain specific results, practical results. I cannot agree more with what's been said, in the sense that every goal implies reaching certain targets. We have to understand what outcomes we have to boast at the end of the day, but we're not going to make a revolution. It has to be an evolution, it has to be a continuous move, and this is what is going on. And therefore the solution is two-faceted. On the one hand, Marina Bludyan already said that private business has to be involved, and we have more than 200 types of control and oversight, and all the decisions are taken with the view of the business. We have 43 different task forces, working groups, and they consist 50-50% of representatives of the executive authority and the private business, and these working groups discuss everything. Last year, actually, more than 1,500 sessions were held, meetings were held. Probably it was due to the pandemic, as most of the meetings were held via Zoom. And this is very unlikely, but that the same figure could be reached outside the pandemic. We can even say that more than 700 representatives of business attended these meetings, and therefore this is a very balanced approach. For instance, the decisions on construction sphere doesn't rest on the federal authorities. The business also had an input. How to say? I'd like to follow up what you have said. I know myself what you're speaking about because my colleagues, the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, worked in these groups, and these are not the representatives of the executive authority. These were the experts and the members of the Chamber who used to work in the field and who know the practical side of this work. Certainly, business would like to give up all pieces of legislation that no one interferes with your activity. No, you're not right, because the construction goes on in full compliance with certain laws and regulations. Well, I just wanted to say that business people are fathers and they are sons themselves, so it means that they don't want their relatives to be damaged or hurt by some fires in certain structures and houses, or be poisoned by polluted water. Certainly, we would like to promote absolutely necessary regulations and conditions, but eliminate the barriers for the sake of attaining certain goals. We now see a very good conglomerate made up of business community, federal authorities, and representatives of science, the academia. So why? For several years we failed, and now we made a breakthrough. And the most important question from the very outset was said that this is looking to the future. But in the future, are you going to retain this tool, or you will have a different vision for the future? We don't think that we can be complacent and that our job is done. Mr. Vlasov said that some things have been addressed, but other things are yet waiting for their turn, and you have to take a systemic approach. The laws which were adopted at the end of last year stipulated one of the norms which imply the revision of all the items of the legislation every 6 years. Means that every 6 years the state would commit itself to update and revise the existing norms and requirements and regulations. And if nothing changes, they would be just reconfirmed, and if something changes, the norms and regulations would be updated. So it doesn't mean that they would be abolished. This is number one. Number two, we understand that whatever good rules and requirements are available at the moment, they can be spoiled very easily by the oversight and monitoring procedures. Therefore, we pay a lot of attention to the surveillance and oversight. Number three, this concerns the very mechanism which was set up. Really, it is efficient not because something was curtailed or something was discussed and then updated, but the working groups I mentioned before and the task forces within that process helped us to look at all the rules and regulations which do exist, and we go on doing that. We are considering any new rules and any new requirements looking through the eyes of citizen, of any individual, putting ourselves in their shoes so that they are convenient, that they're transparent. So it means that we introduce some new quality characteristics and norms for business. The same norm can be stipulated and can be implemented differently. I think that we can give credit to what's been done in terms of updating, in the sense that the attitude has changed. On the one hand, some absurd norms and regulations were abolished. Really, when you make an omelette, the egg-breaking rule was abolished, and, for instance, provision for rags to the janitors, this regulation also was abolished, and what was left, it was updated and changed dramatically. So we do believe that we have to keep this mechanism, and we can even spread it not only to the surveillance and monitoring activity, but when you adopt any documents by the government, you have to change, to take that approach. That is really true, and we also feel it in all the fields. the government would engage the business representatives and business community to discuss anything. We are discussing the surveillance and monitoring and oversight, but colleagues would confirm it that government tries to interact with the business in all spheres and on all issues. One more video clip on the sanitary norms. The main barrier for the emergence of the new schools is the following. Where is my school?
Граждане,
Citizens, may I have your attention, please? As a representative of the Ministry of Oversight and Surveillance of the Russian Federation, this is my ID. I have to notify you that following the law of the Russian Federation, the school would be banned at that place. What kind of a law it is which forbids to construct schools? Sanitary and medical norms and regulations. The windows have to look the south, southeastern and southwestern, and requirements to the natural lighting. Article 117. Probably it is a natural reserve. Or this is a quarantine area. Where is our school? There is no sun here. What? Actually, the windows of the school doesn't look the sun, and it prevents the legislation from implementation. So, there is no sunlight means there is no school. So the summer has gone and the autumn emerged, and the autumn didn't bring us anything good. Good afternoon, Gold. Autumn. Spacious and sunlit classes. Thank you for welcoming us once again. 100% of the teachers will say that in order to protect children, they have to use the blinders. I'm not sure whether it was Marina Bludyan who directed that video. Dmitry, do you have anything to comment on that? Well, yes, certainly as a result of that video clip, we amended the legislation, and the children would not be deprived of lighting, and some things were no longer mandatory, but rather recommendation. There is a set of binding rules, but in your opinion, what is most important? What are the novelties in that law? Well, if I have such an opportunity, I'd like to thank everyone for your participation in drafting the law and in participating in that work. That's really very important. I'd like to thank the Chamber of Commerce and the Russian Non-Governmental Organization of Small and Medium-Sized Businesses. Thank you so much for your input. It's very important to note, and Konstantin Chuchenko, who was behind all these initiatives, and Yuri Nemov in the Ministry of Economic Development and the Ministry of Construction. Thanks go to you. So it certainly required a change in the mindset, and if we were not acting together, probably we will never have done what we have done. And you know that it took 5 to 7 years in order to draft these laws, and they didn't bring together and streamline all the rules. Everyone looks at the surveillance and monitoring from his or her viewpoint. Any entrepreneur, when he's being inspected by different surveillance and monitoring agencies, for the entrepreneur, they look alike. He doesn't make any distinguishment between them. He doesn't tell one from another. They all are representatives for the government for them. And we streamlined the surveillance and monitoring agencies. And now, at the level of the legislation, we commit ourselves to revise the rules and the regulations every 6 years. So every 6 years, the state commits itself to update or to revise the laws and legislation. Our cooperation, our interaction with private business would remain intact. Some legal and technical things have to be mentioned. We have to make a focus on the 90 days deadline for the enforcement of the regulations. So it means that if tonight, actually, we take some resolution, tomorrow it won't be enforced, meaning that it will be enforced 90 days later. And number 4, out of important things which I have to mention, is about the off-schedule emergency inspections. All the inspections have to agree with the ministry, and out-of-court settlement. I think that this tool is underappreciated as far as we are lacking the practice. The out-of-court challenging or out-of-court appeal since the 1st of January 2023. It will become mandatory. It would be totally free, very convenient. So it means that any entity inspected will have an opportunity just making 2 clicks, send an appeal or a challenge to the superior bodies, and within 2 weeks it would be considered and a decision would be taken. So these are the 2 main things which we have to focus on. These are the things which are really changing the surveillance and monitoring system. And the most important thing is that we now have betting on the prevention rather than on punishment. This norm expands a lot, and the risk-oriented approach is not about just making a statement or making a declaration, but it will be applied in practice. It means that any inspector, any surveillance body, once it embarks on the inspection, it would leave certain traces, and it will have to explain the causality. Why this inspection is being launched. Prior to the inspection, the agency has to understand what violations are to be identified, what were the reasons and causes of the inspection, what infringements and violations caused that inspection, and why the situation could not be remedied. It was a kind of an internal revolution and a U-turn with some delayed effect because of the pandemic. But I think that the business would appreciate that very much. And Marina spoke about that as well. I'd like to ask a very tricky question. It's an open secret that every department, every agency, when it comes up with some mandatory requirements, tries to make sure that nothing extraordinary happens, to be on the safe side. So, in order to be on the safe side, they try actually to make as many requirements as possible, even exaggerating that. Actually, Does the law prevent such things? Well, as for the availability of the requirements, Mr. Vlasov raised that question, the question of experience and necessity of the norms and rules. And Ms. Bludyan also said that the available mechanism hedges us against some pointless things. As far as we are setting up these working groups, that they would look at the situation through the eyes of the clients, of the consumers, that everything is clear, transparent, and convenient. We are all spoiled by the IT technology, so everyone is now used just pushing two buttons and the system works. In that sense, all these crazy things, when actually the law regulates the size of the windows or the direction of the windows, we have to stipulate when these requirements have to be used, and we use that mechanism in order to prevent the absurd things. And certainly, the enforcement should not go to the absurdity. We can just do everything by means of explanation and enlightenment. We are about to finish our session. I'd like to ask the following question. The state surveillance law, which was adopted back in 2015, and I remember how many iterations we had and how many times we proposed that for the consideration of State Duma. Then in 2017, the government took a decision to revoke that draft law. We made another bill, which we updated recently. Since July, it is enforced. In your opinion, what problems this law would address? Well, this law is a little revolution. This is just what I told you in terms of the set of the regulations and norms. The law sets these rules and norms, and it becomes a single rule, a uniform rule. And it makes all the industrial and branch-wise norms and rules necessitated by the law to bring to a common denominator. Why actually it took so long for the law to develop and to agree? This is the basic law which changes the whole environment of surveillance and monitoring. Thank you so much. Mr. Grigorenko, I would like to associate myself with what's been said by the colleagues. I'd like to thank the government. We just covered one field of activity, but really in the last months, we feel that the government would like to interact with business on everything, not just in terms of monitoring and surveillance, but I think that what we managed to do in that field signals a real progress in that field, and certainly we rely on our mutual work in future. There is lots of things to be done there. There are lots of laws and bylaws which we have not touched upon yet. Unfortunately, we missed an opportunity to discuss your project which you discussed with the President, and I'd like to thank you for our joint work, and thank you so much for this meeting, for being with us. Mr. Vlasov, Ms. Bludyan, thank you for being with us. Let's hope that we'll meet and discuss these things not only at the Gaidar Economic Forum. There would be other formats helpful to engage not those who work in the field, but a broader range of the entrepreneurs. Thank you so much once again.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное — не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
И АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
на наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливыми.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы. Но, честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, friends, participants in these sessions of the Gaidar Forum devoted to the problem of integration, what's going on in the world with different kinds of integration units, how the pandemic affected the integration. And that's what we're going to discuss today. Well, probably the key feature of the modern world is the pace of change. The pace of change affects all types, all spheres of human activity. Before the pandemic, we were saying that the mankind enters a new epoch, the epoch of change, because the technological progress changes the mode of life and changes the basic processes of society organization. If in capitalist society the basic process was the production of goods, commodities, in a new society the basic process is the production of knowledge. So it's quite obvious that these changes under the influence of technological revolution, digital transformation is just one component of this. Everything has changed so fast. And now we are faced with a pandemic which has certainly made certain adjustments in our lives, and we have to rethink now many processes from the viewpoint of what the pandemic has revealed. What weak and strong points of our lives today have been revealed by the pandemic, because to some extent it acts as a catalyst to certain processes. On the one hand, it started to kill the old forms of life organization, but in the meantime it proved to be a stimulus for the development of advanced technologies. It's not by chance that everybody talks about digital transformation today as a chance to overcome all the negative aftermath of the pandemic. Also, the pandemic has made us all think about the role played by the state in our modern world. Whether they are coping with the changes, are they ready for the pandemic, are they ready for a global transformation and for a new mode of life where the pandemic just demonstrates the weak and strong points of the state. So it's quite an interesting discussion that has unfolded among politicians and philosophers and scientists. What is the modern state about? Because it's quite obvious that quite many democratic states have failed to show their democratic essence, and the pandemic has aggravated these problems to a certain extent. And this debate is still underway, how we should build the modern state, what democratic forms become obsolete, and what kind of new forms must be implemented, and how the authoritarian rule is coping with that. There are positive even assessments in respect of the authoritative rule. Against this backdrop, we also hear discussions regarding the national sovereignty. What kind of what rights and what powers can be relegated to the national level, to the national level, and which can be preserved on the other levels. The pandemic has also aggravated discussions, it's triggered discussions about the state, whether it's going to relegate its powers on the nationwide level. If we remember the time when the state borders began to close down, how the healthcare system was coping with that when we started to think about this security of our own citizens, restrictions in travel, the basic principles underlying people's freedom, services, commodities. So we see all these challenges are now present, and that's what we are trying to talk about today. So first of all, I would like to give the floor to our participants, Fedor, to one of our panelists, Fedor Lukyanov. Please comment on this. Thank you, Tigran Suryanovich, and thanks a lot to the organizers of the Gaidar Forum. As I can see, the forum has to be held in a non-standard form, but we have to somehow master these new formats, and I think that RANIPA and other organizations have demonstrated how we can go about this in a kind of offline, not quite offline manner. But this kind of intermediate stage when something can be partially restored but in new conditions will be a salient feature of the new period that we are now entering. And that refers, among other things, to this subject we are discussing right now. So if we want a direct and answer to that is in the title of our session, is it a threat or a stimulus? So my first, idea is to say, well, of course, it's a threat. Tigran Suryanovich has already mentioned some trends where the pandemic served as a catalyst. But apart from that, I think the issues facing the managers on any level, ranging from the municipalities down to small businesses or inter-state unions, will not give us any unambiguous answers. What integration is about? If we put it in simple terms, the integration means institutions that that perform the functions of some other organizations. So logically, I think it's quite reasonable. The possibilities of each of an individual subject are quite limited, while the institution can do much more in a much broader aspect. So in practice, the pandemic has revealed at least one unpleasant thing. So in this situation, it works in conditions of a moderate crisis. But when we are faced with force majeure, with some emergency, when in the spring there was a kind of a general fear among politicians when nobody knew what it means. So under such circumstances, it's quite natural to rely on what you can trust. Your family, some people, we're talking about the state, on yourself as well. Unfortunately, the experience we saw in spring, these hopes were not justified, neither on the global level nor on the regional level. There are several objective factors behind this. But now, if we try to persuade someone that we need to pull efforts together because otherwise it will be bad for everyone, I don't think anyone will believe in that. On the other hand, the pandemic demonstrated the possibilities displayed by many states. We saw this on the example of the United States. The institutions failed not because they are just such institutions, but because they have not adapted to such a situation. Therefore, the second part of my answer is the impulse. But we have to make the right assessment here, because recent years have demonstrated that integration or relegation of powers for some purpose is not going to work. We are now entering a time when all the states will be interested in joining their efforts on a specific issue, and specifically with those who they consider to be quite useful to deal with a certain issue. We see that certain universal patterns do not work. And I think the same refers to integration alliances, unions who used to claim that they can deal with any problems, but as for specific problems with specific participants, it's quite possible. I think that as regards our Eurasian integration, of course, the pandemic is not the reason behind this, what we see in the former Soviet Union in this space. But, of course, we see that the countries of this union are not immune to the same problems, and they experience the same problems just as anyone else. So I think the integration will probably contribute to overcoming certain problems. But I hope that sometime we see that certain resources have been exhausted, and we need internal institutions, and we need to discuss exactly what problems we have to deal with. Thanks a lot. I think you've set the right tone for this discussion. Now let me give the floor to Tatiana Valovaya, who is going to join us our discussion from Geneva. This person knows quite well about this subject of integration, both European integration and integration processes that take place all over the world. She took part of this process at the outset of European Union, so now she has a unique chance to give us her view from the outside. So you've been working in Geneva for quite some time, so you can judge from as a third party, so to say, what's going on here. Thank you very much, Tigran Surenovich. It's true that the advantage of modern technologies and modern epoch that I can participate in my favorite Gaidar forum while still being in Geneva. First of all, I would like to say that I quite agree subscribe to each word pronounced by Tigran Surenovich at the very beginning. I think he managed to outline the track of this discussion and what's happening in the world. It's true, even prior to the pandemic, we saw that the period has entered the period of transformation. Not just a simple run-of-the-mill transformation, but a kind of transformation that takes place just once in a millennium. So now we are talking about the new paradigm, the need for a new social contract. Classically, we used to call it the transition to a new social and economic formation, but understandably, the world now lives in a serious transition period. The pandemic has just accelerated this transition, but on the other hand, it makes us to move along this new social economic transformation. We were talking about globalization, we discussed the crisis of globalization, but during the pandemic, we saw clearly how we are interdependent in all respects, including epidemics, and how the socio-economic ties suffered from disruption of such ties, and also we saw that many regions continue to build new trade and economic agreements. We saw this in many regions, but in the meantime, we also saw that the globalization is not proceeding at an even pace, but the main conclusion here is that the globalization should bring the good benefits for everyone. Otherwise, it's not globalization is not needed. Now, about digital transformation, we live in the conditions of the digital epoch already, and I think this process has sped up. But we've also seen the key challenges related to the digital world, the digital inequality, the digital gap. So during the pandemic, it also became quite obvious, as we face it virtually every day, as we used to this kind of digital interaction. But you should understand that half of the globe population do not have access to internet. They cannot use digital education, virtual work, and so on and so forth. So there's another thing which is related to climate change. We in Eurasian Economic Union do not talk about this quite much, although the climate change is proceeding at a fast pace there. During the pandemic, we also saw the role played by humanity on Earth. We saw that during the period of freezing economic activities, the situation from the viewpoint of the environment has improved somewhat. So now we are talking about how we can resume economic activity in a new, more sustainable format. It's another serious challenge and another component in the model when a measure of economic success is not growth of classical GDP, but the growth in certain economic and social indicators. Another important challenge in our epoch is related to global distrust. So that's related to transformation of political social systems. We see there's a certain mistrust among governments towards each other, and also the citizens towards their governments, and we can witness what happens in many states with quite sustainable economic and democratic systems. How we can react to that right now? I quite agree with what Fyodor has said, that it's hard to believe that under current conditions, the pandemic can become a kind of an opportunity rather than a threat. But I don't want to believe in that. I want to believe in another scenario. I see three scenarios here. One scenario, which nobody believes in, that after the pandemic, the world will return to pre-the-pandemic state, but it's not realistic. Number two, there will be more nationalism, more reliance on yourself, on the country's own forces, and more cooperation and more integration. I believe in more integration, more cooperation. I do believe in this from the point of historical experience, because history shows that after such challenges and after global disasters, humanity always made certain decisions with the help of certain world organizations, made reasonable decisions. On the other hand, when there is a common enemy, it is much easier for us to agree to unite, to integrate. We have a common enemy right now. Of course, it's a microscopic enemy, but nevertheless, it will push us towards more integration. While talking about unilateral cooperation and integration, we should bear in mind that these are quite different concepts compared to the mid-20th century, talking about multilateral cooperation, and I quite agree. Well, in respect of the role of the state, we are not talking about the cooperation between the states, but we are talking that we mean that the functions performed by the states also change, and the levels on which the decisions are made. I always draw an example of the EU, which theoretically is underlined by the principle of subsidiary. So what I mean is that the authority should be relegated to the level where the decisions can be made. So what we saw during the pandemic, that a lot of authority should be relegated to the level of cities or regions, and it was quite obvious in the example of the federal states, the decisions were relegated in the level of regions, and that's where the divisions were most efficient. So now, from the viewpoint of integration, we need to understand what has to be relegated to the regional level, and what can be decided on the level of municipalities, what can be decided by experts and organizations. And finally, I think it's quite important to see the integration spheres. We were talking quite a lot about this in the EU, discussing the strategies and declarations, and we believe that a lot of things that are quite important for all citizens were not reflected in the Union. But we understand that right now the healthcare, education, social sphere are not just social things, but they are economic as well. And that's where the citizens are really interested in. So if you want my answer to this question, the pandemic can be a serious stimulus for integration, can be a serious stimulus for the development of integration institutions. But in the meantime, you should bear in mind that these institutions can take different shapes, and they should be more inclusive, and they should take into consideration the players not only on the national or subnational level, but on other levels as well.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. And saying that, I'd like to pass the floor to Andrei Slipnev, who today is working on deepening of the integration, as far as he is the Minister for Trade and Commerce of the Eurasian Economic Commission, and in his everyday life, he has to address the problems at hand. It would be very interesting to get familiar with your vision, what the Eurasian Economic Union has encountered amid the pandemic, what has to be revisited, what new has to be brought in. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank Ronep and Mr. Mao and the organizers of the Gaidar Economic Forum for an interesting format of the discussion. I'm glad to see all the panelists, Mr. Polovaya and Mr. Lukyanov, and certainly your words resonate in my mind, on my mind. I'd like to comment on what's been said. I will split my contribution into two things, the pandemic and the post-pandemic world, post-COVID world. Pandemic is a catalyst, and actually it would be over either before May or before November, but actually when we remove the medical masks, what we're going to do and what we're going to deal with. The second question is how the Eurasian Economic Union fared through that year. In March and April, there was a moment of time when really the EEU was just like swinging, like a coin on a rib. Other, actually, we would move actually towards the individual reaction of the states, and the EEU would disintegrate, or we could show that we can come to terms despite a busy internal agenda, domestic agenda, and still take some concerted actions. Actually, in May and April, the prime ministers met 5 times, the president met 5 times. There were endless consultations. We very promptly developed a very ambitious program of interaction, including the movement of people for medical reasons and supplies of the PPEs and medical drugs. It was like a conveyor belt which violated any time frames, and we took the decisions much faster than the national states. The EEU proved that it is a very viable organization, and most importantly, all the member states of the EEU says, let us actually all together make a brilliant resolution. And actually, if the resolution is not brilliant, then we'll try to do something on our own. But we managed to perform very well all together. There was a common food product, buckwheat. The supplies of buckwheat. We had to address the problem of shortage of buckwheat in Russia, and we addressed that problem very promptly. Mr. Kamalian was on the phone 24/7, bridging the producers and the consumers. And the same was true of the medical masks and PPEs and vaccines. And the production of vaccines now is being raised at the level of the EEU. So it means that the EEU worked very well, and in the second half of the year, we had to cope with the crisis, the economic crisis, and the EEU worked very well, and it was typical of the Belarus situation and very difficult situation in Armenia, in Kyrgyzia. We managed to find necessary solution for every situation. There were no doubts that suddenly we are working together and we are getting out of the situation altogether. So let us look at the statistics for the last 11 months. The trade dropped to 11.6%, but the foreign trade dropped to 22%. And just for you to compare, so the non-commodity export dropped 8%, and mutual trade actually dropped in terms of the prices, but grew 3% in terms of the quantity. So it means that even in terms of the figures, we see that the relations within the EEU are solid, that the trade evolves, and we are not so stood in our own juice. As for the future is concerned, as I said, the transformation has been triggered, and doctors certainly, actually, I'm sure will cope with immunization and vaccination, but what's next? The transition to the carbon-neutral technologies. This is probably the key question which drives the transformation. Many states stated the goals of becoming carbon neutral by 2030, 2025, 2035. This is the year when they are going to abandon combustion engines, and carbon disputes are held, and so it means that we are not discussing the outlines of carbon neutrality, but we're speaking about the implementation. So we're speaking about the operations, so it means that we are taking practical steps in terms of the transformation. You don't have to guess what shape it would take. It is put on the table, and we see how the balance of forces moves from the financial corporations to the technological companies, and the denial of Twitter and Facebook accounts shows that technological corporations increase their clout, and these are the tech companies and tech platforms which are running the world. When we speak about the goals that the countries have to put forward and the means to achieve these goals are dependent on that. We have to be among the advanced nations. We have to have these technological platforms, and therefore it will help us to maintain our sovereignty, find our niche in terms of the cooperation scheme, and I don't believe in any economy in the world which would be self-sufficient in terms of all the technologies. We are doomed for integration in that sense. Again,
трансформации ведь надо учитывать еще и то, что это происходит в условиях чрезвычайного исчерпания как фискальных,
going on amid the exhaustion of fiscal and monetary stimulus. The money is spent. The tax breaks have been offered, and we see more and more subsidies and programs to the tune of several $trillion, and it's been exacerbated by lockdowns, economic crisis, potential wars. Means that the transformation will take place amid the mobilization drive. And as a diversion, I would speak about the freedom for business and even personal freedom and liberty. Deeper cooperation and integration allows us to achieve development goals all together, sharing the fruits of integration, and all together we can get a better position in the future distribution of labor markets and achieving technological heights. At the same time, we understand that very rigid mobilization is about just postponing the problem, so deferring the problems. And we still have to assess whether the people are prepared for austerity and a very rigid mobilization scheme. So this is either integration or very rigid mobilization. This is the question which I may put forward for the global economies which claim the role of leaders in the future. And therefore integration is a natural way out.
У нас принята стратегия буквально в декабре, учитывая...
In December we adopted a strategy which takes stock of the integration, sadly. It would imply external and internal cooperation, transport corridors, digital transport corridors, including big projects with China and other countries, Iran. The latest agreements on deblocking all the transport corridors in Transcaucasus will contribute to that. But digital would play a big role there as far as we can achieve big progress there, providing for connectivity.
Я рад и то, что у нас вот во второй половине года резко активизировался технический диалог с европейским.
The second half of the year, we facilitated and sped up our conversation, our dialogue with the with the European Union on green economy, and we made real progress there. We have a broad range of trade agreements. We are negotiating trade issues with India. Indonesia is on the waiting list, and will close the list of the economies who we are going to cooperate with. We certainly can reduce to zero all the custom duties, but this approach has been substituted with the localization of production, and this results in more substantive agreements on cooperation, integration,
and
this sends a very good message for our future work.
Важный момент новый.
Another quite important thing about that strategy is an interest shown to the development institutes. For instance, the Eurasian Development Bank, which you represent, and boosting of bilateral trade, institutes for catching up economies and interests of citizens. This is a very important thing. We need a feedback from the citizens and communication to the citizens. And to conclude my remarks, let me say that the world becomes more disintegrated as far as the travel is limited. Culture, sports and arts, something which makes us human beings. We have to address these things and compensate for that. We have to be prepared for a joint inclusive work amid the looming and imminent transformation, and we will have to focus on the progress. Thank you so much for being so positive. We have just about 11 minutes. Let me sharpen our discussion a little bit so that it becomes more interesting for the panelists. So look, a modern man lives in a totally different space and environment unlike 5 or 10 years ago. When we speak about a competitive citizen who is living in Eurasia, we have to be mindful of what terms and conditions we propose so that they are competitive. The same is true of business. Are we creating favorable conditions for the business to make it competitive? To what extent our states are competitive? To what extent our alliance is competitive? Everything actually depends on the benchmarking comparison. I read once that 4 billion people spend 4 hours a day on internet. So it means that these people do not recognize any territorial borders, meaning that people realize themselves. So without realizing that there are some borders, national borders, all the services are offered online. You do not know where your consumer is. The other side doesn't know where the service provider is located. Is our society prepared for such challenges? I totally agree that we have to put a man in the cornerstone, and our alliance is purely economic one. And many questions just are totally missed in our discussion, and this limits our competitiveness. I'd like to give 2 minutes for every speaker so that we are on time to answer that question. What is our competitive edge? Which makes our people competitive? Let's start with you, Mr. Lukyanov. Over to you. First of all, I totally agree that a modern man, a consumer and a citizen at the same time, lives outside the borders. Well, certainly, as long as they are open, but once the borders close, it turns out that it doesn't matter for a person where the producer is, because everything actually is confined to the border, so I would not over-exaggerate. Certainly, we are living in a totally new environment, but these physical limitations are still there. And in that sense, that's very good that Tatiana and Andrew mentioned the digital internet environment, because on the one hand, half of the population have no access to internet, and that's about inequality, but on the other hand, the other half of the people who have access to internet, on the one hand, actually we now see that we are very much dependent on this access and on those who grant that access. Let's get back to the question of the freedom. Certainly, we have this natural wish to regulate and over-regulate everything in order to make it good for everyone. But
гражданина, производителя, кого
do
угодно,
we
является,
really
наверное, ключом к той самой конкурентоспособности, которая
ensuring that freedom, which is the key thing for everyone. And now we have to protect that freedom not only from the states and authoritarian regimes, but from everything. And the advantage of the integration associations lies in the trust to the borders within which this all goes on.
как рассказал Андрей Сергеевич, что несмотря ни на что,
everything actually goes on the way he described that, and probably it is not notable for the citizens, but still it goes on. That is very good. So on the one hand, that's very good. That subsidiary approach is quite good, but it means that subsidiary approach became a proof that you cannot trust the development institutes. Tatiana, how about you?
Знаете, вот я продолжу тему про субсидиарность, потому что субсидиарность
Let me continue this topic of subsidiary approach. This is not about mistrust to the development institutes, but we have to understand the level at which these institutes have to be created and what authorities can be delegated. Because the pandemic showed that many authorities and powers can be implemented at the level of the regions, not at the level of the states. And it is not by accident that the European Union, back in spring, thought that probably they have to close the national borders, but now we are living in the common European environment with certain borders, but this is rather the borders between the regions, not the states, depending on the situation in the pandemic situation in the countries. For instance, in summer, the border between France and Switzerland was closed, and lots of efforts have to be applied to keep it closed because hundreds of thousands of people had to cross that border because they are commuting. Now this border is open as far as within the state the control over the domestic borders is more rigid. In that sense, what I personally see, I see that many functions of the state now are passed over to other institutions, to the level of supranational associations and alliances. These functions can be performed by the cities or even by technological companies. This would be private companies, and many functions, public functions, would be assumed by the technological companies. And when we speak about cooperation, we have to bear in mind that you don't have to actually bring everything to the level of the national state, but you have to find the ways to cooperate, to bring together public stakeholders, private stakeholders, supranational stakeholders, and NGOs. Speaking about the competitive edge of the EAEU, I've always said that any social, cultural, and sport associations have always been the entities which have to be promoted following the economic association. On the one hand, these magnets, the citizens, but on the other hand, actually, it acts as the driver, and we have lots of common approaches to healthcare, to the education systems, to culture and sports. And although probably now we are no longer using the same approach, but we feel that we can integrate and we can cooperate. This is our first competitive edge, and the second edge is about the following. When I emerged in Switzerland, I keep saying that lots of things in the service field in Russia and in Eurasia are better and more modern. For instance, look at the banking sector. The banking sector in Russia was set up in 1990s without any legacy. And we skipped certain stages and immediately embarked on the high-tech services. And I think that we can start from scratch and immediately start with the quite high level, advanced level. For instance, the service sector now can be set up anew, meeting the highest international criteria. And the same is true of the standards followed by the EU. Thank you so much. We ran out of time. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное — не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
В 2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливыми.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to introduce our panelists. You've seen them on the screen. We have Igor Shuvalov and Oleg Belozerov.
Институт развития ВЭБ-РФ, железные дороги. Говорим мы сегодня про зеленую экономику.
Igor Shuvalov, chairman of Web Russian Federation and Russian Railways, chairman of the executive board. So I think it's quite, green economy is quite a broad concept. So before we proceed with the discussion, let me cite a few facts and outline a few points that we're going to discuss. So first of all, the green economy is a kind of broad definition reflecting the new reality, new expectations, rules and algorithms of behavior of companies, governments, and some people. Let me cite this example. Regulatory requirements in 2016, 46 laws were adopted in the world regulating the green economy. In 2018, 172 laws. After the pandemic in 2020, the national economic plans in EU, America and China, special place is assigned to the green economy. In many countries, 87% of people think that companies should create products that meet the interests of the society, not just creating profit, revenues, meaning both employees and consumers. That any company should speak not only about EBITDA or dividends, but in reality they would like to hear what kind of influence is going to exert on society. Number three, change in demand. 40% of millennials are ready to pay more for the products which have been produced on the principles of sustainable development. And more than 3/4 of consumers are ready to turn down the products or services if they believe they do not meet the ethical requirements. The investors, more than 30% of money under the investment funds are related more or less to sustainable development and green economy. The first quarter 2020, the hundreds of billions were actually pulled out of certain sectors, while there was an influx of money in the green economy. And lastly, 60% of employees say those applying for different jobs say that they take no social and environmental responsibility. This is a factor of in recruiting proceedings. A lot of people are saying that managers, 500 managers, believe that environmental agenda becomes an important component of their company. Whether we like it, green or not like it, but the world is changing, and these conditions have already become important throughout. But let's talk first about how it changes in Russia. Igor Ivanovich, wanted to ask you, first of all, you communicate with potential borrowers, with companies, industrial companies, financial institutions. What exactly do you see now? What kind of changes have you seen in terms of green economy? First of all, the subject of green economy is very interesting indeed. So thanks a lot to organize of the Gaidar forum that we can discuss that in such interesting setting. In 2020, we've had a very interesting joint experience with Russian railways, placing bonds which were accepted universally as green bonds. So I would like to say to the audience that the WEB is not going to curb the development of traditional projects. So we are going to talk about what is new in our portfolio and what we cannot ignore. But let me calm you I think that the industries which are among the priority areas for the government will definitely continue to fund them and open new financing for such projects. Now, as regards our portfolio, we are very attentive towards an analysis of our portfolio, and even judging by the most stringent requirements which are common for the EU, we believe that 15% of our credit portfolio can be referred to the green economy. As for simpler rules, IDFC rules, about 40% of our credit portfolio may account for green finance. And in this sense, we see a great potential for the city economies, transport means, including electric transport, technologies for waste processing, especially as regards large landfills and any similar, locations. And we bear special responsibility in terms of building such green portfolio in which green finance will play a major role. So we are in a situation today where this is something that we are facing right now, so we cannot turn the page back, so to say, and this will also touch upon the American economy, Africa, and many other countries, including the SDG agenda. That will definitely develop at a faster pace. So in terms of earnings, everything will go through this agenda. So there's a logic center to develop rules and conditions for all types of financing, including green financing, and that was offered jointly by the Duma Deputy, Central Bank, and the government, and that has been endorsed formally as the center was set up on this basis. And our risk manager is a person who is well trained in this area, Alexei Miroshnichenko. He's in charge of this office, and we're going to develop this particular area. And what is already happening in EU countries, in Brazil and other countries, we are going to launch other green finance tools. So this is our mandate, just as it takes place in West Germany and in other places. So we are 100% on this agenda already. So, well, clearly that's this part of your project is already underway. I mean, developing the project, classifications, and so on and so forth. Since we are talking about the green economy today, no doubt about this, but today the top priority is the principle of sustainable development. Therefore, the financing pattern should be built around that. And as regards the green economy, we have to study that, whether we can finance this or not. If there is a green block there, yes. If not, we have to find out, to analyze why it is absent. Okay, so let's, in the Russian railways, there are traditional areas and there are more greener areas, but let me ask you, what exactly do you hear now from clients, partners, financial sector? Does it affect somehow the railways in your industry? Thank you, Yermolai. So let me say thanks, first of all, for a chance to participate in this particular panel, the green panel. So first of all, I appreciate highly the work of organizers, and as we work in railways, we are really thankful to them for this. This is an important subject because we have to think now about particular solutions and further strategic issues and how we can approach them and as Igor Shuvalov has already said, there will be a change in these approaches towards the evaluation of projects. But let me say at this point that the green agenda is unfolding, but I can't say whether we would be able to turn green tomorrow. I cannot say that, but we need to be ready for that. But 2021 in Europe is highlighted as the year of railways. Virtually today, I read the presentation made by Angela Merkel, where he says that the development of railways affects directly the situation and the SDG agenda. It's an open secret that the transport is responsible for 25% of all pollution in Europe, emissions in Europe, and in Russia it's slightly more, about 30%. But as railways, we in railways account only for 1% of all emissions. Why is it so? We started working on this in 2007 when we first worked out the first environmental strategy in the railways. In 2015, we summed up the results of this work, and we already have a new document which is in effect until 2030, but virtually last year, in 2020, we had to rethink our work, as we believe that 2020 is a kind of a turning point in the green agenda, a radical turning point on a number of solutions, both within and without. So we had to work on a strategy, and this strategy will take this strategy to a higher level. So I would like to say thanks to Igor Shuvalov and Web for the work that was done last year. But let me say that that's the outcome of the efforts we made over the last 13 years. And in recent years, we've got additional rankings, and I'm quite pleased to say that the International Rights Agency, Rights Europe, moved us from 6th to the 4th place in the rankings of all Russian companies under SDG rankings, and we are really proud of that. We are truly the first company that has issued a great number of green bonds. So that's to say that this is already something that can be financed, taking into account these principles, although there are no limitations to that. So let me subscribe to this view. As when we were building our portfolio, we were paying special attention to electric transport, not only for railways needs, but also the city transport, particularly in Moscow, but I think other markets are also interested in other locomotives and other types of transport. As regards the bonds that you mentioned, where the large volumes that were issued by the railways in 2020, we understand the responsibility that we have to comply with the strictest green finance rules. So the most stringent rules, and we calculated this particular transaction precisely proceeding from these rules. So as a state company, we manage these funds. These are money of the pensioners. So we believe that it's quite a reliable investment. It's protected, and it has a positive effect on the entire country. Can you tell us how it works? You understand green financing, which is directed to railways for the good of the green economy. Is it somehow dissolved then in your portfolio, or how can you trace it down? Well, if you allow me, I can emphasize the reliability that when you invest in the Russian railways. We are the most energy efficient railway company in the world. Why? Because 85% of all cargo and passengers are transported using the electric drive, the locomotives. No emissions. But it's not just that you invest money and then you forget about this. First of all, we have rankings, high ratings from the international rating agencies. These agencies check on what we are doing after they provide such high ratings. So when we sum up the results, we are usually say that these particular funds will be directed to support a specific project. So it's traced down for specific projects. Yes, that's right. So that's how we are going to be accountable to web. Okay, let's then see. So you have an area of investment to develop high-speed passenger transport. In all estimates, it will be the best carbon footprint, compared to aviation and automobile transport. On the other hand, we understand that we are raw materials-based economies. We have coal, streams from other areas. We need it to develop our Trans-Siberian railway. So how are you going to proceed along that? Well, perhaps you're going to work with your cargo shippers, how are you going to develop work in this particular area? And using these projects, on the other hand, you have to think about the eastern railways. Well, it's quite a complicated question, Yermola, I should say. It's a serious issue, of course, but let me say that we're going to ship all the freight that has been assigned by our shippers. We will definitely meet all and comply with all the contracts. But there is an international PIMCO fund, $2 trillion under in their management. So we placed these social bonds, special bonds, and we received a note from them. Dear Russian Railways, you're a very interesting and very attractive company. We won't be able to buy out some of these funds because over 50% of your freight turnover is carbon-related cargo, coal and petroleum products. So that was a kind of good signal to all of us, very serious. Now, because the carbon footprint not in direct production, but refers to those who participates in that particular footprint. So we will have to reflect on that somehow together with the government, how we are going to analyze that. In the meantime, in 2020, over 120 international banks and investors published their tax returns and their declarations that they have to make a decision until 2023 not to invest in coal production, but that refers to energy coal, first of all. Although there are some new elements there to speed up the use of new technologies. So, of course, we're going to make these estimates, but there are some internal factors in the eastern range. We have converted them to electrical drive engines, hydrogen engines. Well, of course, there's been some damage that was done. We had to liquidate 270 different carbon-related facilities. So we have to deal with the damage that historically the railways did to the nature. But there's a huge work in store here. Igor Ivanovich, I understand that a lot of your borrowers are companies from the industrial sector, infrastructure, the companies that traditionally produce this carbon footprint. What do you think? Do you think there must be certain standards, especially as regards to green finance? Maybe there is a role for you here in developing some standards, some kind of templates, principles. For example, how each company should trace down its carbon footprint. We were talking about the Russian railways as they do this using their own methods. And you, when you give loans, when you issue loans or credits, maybe some kind of standards have to be worked out. So what is your role in standardizing, in measuring this, depending on the ratings, maybe? Yes, when I said that web is a kind of a methodological center, so as to answer these questions and to implement them in practice. But right now, you know, there's quite an interesting work which is done by web together with the government. The KPIs that were prepared for 2020 and were forwarded for 2021, I think they will be upgraded and will be even more complicated. So when we discussed the entire system of indicators, we looked first of all at the national goals of development. There's some kind of roadmap for the government and what kind of goals are going to be achieved by the government to fulfill meet the guidelines set out by the president. And of course, it will be difficult to answer the question what kind of impact it has on the environment and on the carbon footprint. But let me repeat at this point so as to avoid any fear. We will continue to finance the traditional economies, and if there is an alternative, that there is a less carbon footprint, understandably that there are certain limits to the capital. But since our key partners, commercial banks, Sber, VTB and Gazprom Bank are interested in these projects, in having these problems as the top-notch problems. So I believe we will give the priority to those who will be the projects that impact the sustainable development and green economy.
And once we have to fund the conventional industry with some environmental footprint, certainly we'll have to report about that, and the decision would be taken at the level of the supervisory board in the council, at the government, and it would be a conscious step. Just as Mr. Vilzarov said, that this is not a magic wand, we cannot change our credit policy overnight, but we have to realize as to how we're building a portfolio with a very low carbon footprint. This is what we'll have to do. What you say and what many people are saying is that, how do I put that? This is a new line in the table. This is a new chapter in a template, and you always have to answer that question. What environmental footprint this or that project has? What actually environmental impact may have this or that project, etc., etc. This is just like several years ago we agreed that we will all the time ask whether you have an export potential or not. This is a question not only within the import substitution agenda, but when we are creating a new industry, we always ask about the import potential, and now actually top priority would be given to ESG. And we'll have to ask another question, do you have an export potential, but only following the ESG question. I'd like to comment on one thing. I think that there is a quite important aspect, thing which is important for the Russian railways, we're the biggest employer in the country. And recently, the environmental and ecological agenda for our employees becomes quite important as well. We like that profession. We like the places where we're working. We like the respect shown to us. And I totally agree that today and in future, the ecological agenda would be crucial. And when you ask where you're working and how your organization is working, the environmental agenda would be on top of the list, which would be used in order to judge whether the organization is right or wrong. I think that this actually would add to the competitive edge. If you are green, then you'll be included in the top rating. And I'm pleased to say that my organization, the Russian Railways, last year in 2020 was ranked the second as the most attractive employer. We do not have the biggest wages and salaries, and the work is not so easy. But we have introduced a lot of interesting factors and elements, such as digital and environmental aspects. And this makes Russian Railways attractive for the youth. So the youth believe that the future belongs to the railways, and the colleagues who join us, they are very much supportive of the ecological agenda, and they will not tolerate any change in that agenda. How do the people treat that increased focus on the environment among the management? Do you have any new targets, KPIs, or do you give any prizes or publicly praise those who contributed mostly to that factor? Any funds that you allocate? So how do people treat this increased focus on the environment? Or do you have any plans in that respect? Well, in all the areas which we have mentioned, you have to do some work. Once you're missing some element, immediately people will realize that you do not paying a lot of attention to the green agenda. So we have to follow the bureaucratic rules, meaning that there should be an official document, an official guideline. It is called a green strategy. It has been approved and it's been divided into certain segments. Once a new locomotive or engine is being manufactured, so it means that it either has to be energy efficient or it has to move from diesel to gas, or it has to have lithium-ion batteries or anything like that, for instance. So this is when we speak about locomotives. When we speak about funding and finances, I've already said that. Finances mirror your production work. If we are green in production, so it means that the finances would mirror that in terms of some subsidized or reduced rate. We are working with our passenger subsidiary. We have a separate waste collection. And probably, so just in terms of a diversion, we have some boiling stations which still are diesel run or coal run, and we move them to gas, natural gas, or electric power. So it means that we have to embrace everything. So this year, I didn't even bring a pen, because the pen has to be produced of environmentally friendly materials. Everything starts with details. God is in the details. And in terms of the hierarchy, you start with a strategy, and all the elements have to embrace the environmental agenda, and it should be inclusive of the following elements. We have more than 50 specialized devices to measure environmental indicators, air, land quality. We are measuring everything in order to give an assessment if we are green or not. We have specialists. We have 1,000 professional ecologists who are assessing and evaluating our activities. So this is not just words. And this is not just a lip service. And we also have KPIs, because KPIs are significant. Mr. Shvalov, I have the question to you because WebRef now is responsible not only for lending the project activity, but also you are developing a strategy for the development of a whole range of development institutes, expert agenda and SMEs agenda, innovative agenda, etc. Do you have any plans as to how you are going to put the green energy into that integrated patchwork? Do you have any solutions already? Well, actually, I can read a lecture on that, but I can very briefly say that actually, when the new government was appointed last year, Mr. Mishustin said that the principle guided by the OECD and the SDGs, this is our main objective, this is our main target, and now it has gained so much momentum that this is the work which you cannot avoid. A decision was taken to consolidate the development institutions, and by the 1st of June we have to develop new strategy for all the organizations, and the overall strategy on the development agenda. SDGs, including the green funding, are incorporated into that, and this is a backbone institution of our activity. And we're going to work with McKinsey on developing that big strategy. And brief in a nutshell, this is something which you cannot avoid because actually it is on the table of all the institutions of the web.rf. Rosnano actually also is guided by that, and other organizations which have not yet mastered the methodology and that agenda and have not incorporated that into their business processes, they will have to do that because actually the time passes. The deadline is the 1st of June and KPIs have to be set up. SDGs, green economy, these are our top responsibilities. And Mr. Volozerov spoke about use of gas as an energy, which is greener than coal, for instance, or diesel. We also are part of the project, which we believe is a miraculous one. Gas tankers, which are going to run on gas in order to provide for the traction. Following the European scale, this is not as green as we believe it to be, so it's quite relative, quite conditional. It means that we have to be very cautious when we are supporting these projects. These are unique vessels, and they are totally unique, and no one ever built that, and Zvezda manufacturer is ready to perform that contract, and you have to understand the rules differ in terms of strictness. As I said, if we look at our portfolio, actually we have 15%. And actually, if we are guided by the standards of the International Green Energy Club, then you have to have 40% of green projects in your portfolio. If you look at 10 years ahead, the industries which would act as the growth points in future probably would actually be somehow associated with these new topics, such as electric vehicles and new approaches to the development of urban technologies and urban planning, transportation, wastes. Russia is not lagging behind that. This is a global agenda. We can even claim a bigger role. We can be as modern as other countries. And besides, we have ample water resources, And fertilizers are not used so much, and the organic farming probably is among our advantages. Also, carbon capturing by forests is another our advantage. Means that probably we can boost the growth points to promote new areas, new directions. Certainly, in terms of the organic farming, I'm sure that Russia has a very bright future, and we have a bright future in terms of water supply, but we are lagging behind the urban agenda. It's quite interesting for all of us. I do believe that it offers a lot of room for improvement for Russia, ranging from transportation and household waste and ending with the residential houses and behavior of families, of households in the everyday life offer a lot of opportunities for green funding. Therefore, the modern standards are transforming the modern urban economy. If we take decisions quite quickly there, but certainly without raising more barriers, such transformations, first of all, would facilitate better economic growth. Many people say that sometimes green funding undermines our profitability, but professing and promoting green funding, green economy, we will offer better services for the people, will offer better urban planning, and will earn more money in the long run. That's why it's quite attractive for us. And 70% of people are living in cities. I'd like to echo what Mr. Shuvalov said and to say that we are people who think alike, because we'd like to be part of that agenda. We know that Moscow has a railway ring road and the Moscow diameter railway, and I say that this is a renaissance of the railways. Mr. Shuvalov says that railways now play a different role for the city because it is more environmentally friendly, cleaner, with less noise impact. But this is not just about transportation, but this is also about platforms, terminals, the opportunities to change landscapes, because railways go through the downtown of the city, and we are discussing joint projects, how we can change the landscapes, so what we have to change to make it more convenient for the people, so that they could live better because of the green agenda, and means that we also are betting on the sustainable growth. I think that the high-speed trains, if actually you do not have to spend more than an hour in order to commute, then agglomerations and cities would expand, and no longer you will have to live not far away from the city. And we can address the problems with the traffic jams, and it would be another contribution to the ecology. And you can cooperate in terms of the high-speed transportation, high-speed trains. I think that it would be part of the agglomerations and megacities development. This is a part of the sustainable development agenda and of your agenda. Yes, so we have a lot of room for joint work. What Mr. Belozorov said regarding the refusal to buy the bonds because of hydrocarbons and the carbon footprint. But we can carry other products as well, and therefore we support the export of food products from Russia. We provide for the transit potential, and we develop the transit potential of the Eurasian Economic Union, including Russia. This is our joint agenda. We will carry more products, and there will be less than 50% hydrocarbons, and therefore it would provide for better access to the international funding. I'd like to make one more focus on the Eastern polygon. This is one of our goals. We are investing into the Lake Baikal. And traditionally, we are asked that this is a construction, and it means that this is about deterioration of the ecology. But the approach is totally different. This is about improvement. Because, unfortunately, the Lake Baikal's infrastructure was built 50 years ago when the ecological requirements were totally different. And now, we actually are instructed to increase the throughput capacity and change the ecology for the better in the eastern cluster. So it means that coming to the east and completing the construction, we have to leave behind much better environment than what used to be there before. Well, your comments aim at a balanced approach. So it means that we are not forgetful of our past because this is our life, this is our legacy, this is what was created by our predecessors, our fathers and mothers, our colleagues and peers. But we understand that the world has changed. We understand that not only there are new challenges and new requirements, but there are new opportunities as well. And we need ecology, not just for the sake of ecology, but we are working for the sake of people. And it means that you can breathe clean air, and you may use infrastructure in order to visit interest places, places of sightseeing. And lockdown and the pandemic allowed people to travel within the country, which they will never have visited before. Not only we have to be greener, but we have to provide access to green technologies. And what you spoke about the electric vehicles and railway vehicles, this is what we're discussing. And the infrastructure at the moment has to be built. Bear in mind that tomorrow the gasoline-run vehicles would be substituted with the electric vehicles, and they would be better, and in future they will be autonomous, driverless, I think. But actually, let's leave this topic for our next discussion. Thank you so much for your attention. I would like to thank the viewers who joined us, and we have to finish our session. I wish you a good day and fruitful work. Thank you so much.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное, не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
И АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
В 2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
на наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливыми.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Друзья, на самый острый вопрос жизни, кем я хочу стать, я думаю, мы сегодня не имеем ответа. Мы не знаем, кого готовить, мы не знаем даже, кем мы будем работать через 10 лет. Сегодня мир так быстро меняется, что тысячи и сотни тысяч человек должны менять свою профессию. Цифровизация, автоматизация, применение искусственного интеллекта в ближайшие годы и десятилетия освободят или изменят большую часть профессий, освободят большую часть людей. Чем мы будем заниматься?
And what we are going to do, and in the near future. By the way, the liberal statistics of the United States, that average a person works for 4 years and a half, but the young people they change their work even faster, so just twice as fast, twice as often. And so then recently, so the president of the savings bank so said that 70% of the personnel so was replaced by AI. So you remember how the stock exchanges worked as they used to, so when the traders were scurrying around and so how they were busy. So now the Moscow Stock Exchange does 160,000 transactions every minute, and so this 24 hours is 7 million transactions a day, and so the chamber just will follow the same path. It's impossible to change, and so then we cannot compete with men. The men cannot compete with the AI. And so the question is just who do we prepare, who do we train at our institutions or colleges? So we should not teach knowledge, not facts. We should train them skills and competences that will allow to learn during your entire time, that will allow you just to change professions, so quickly learn new spheres, study non-stop, that become new ones, and so opening new challenges. So I would like just to refer to the quote of Albert Einstein, who said, so when he was asked, so do you remember the speed of sound? What the speed of sound is, I don't remember, just go to the reference book and just look. And so because the value of education, college, of liberal arts is not just to get lots of facts, but how to learn to think, to learn to study. That's exactly what is absent in our textbooks. So that's why when we talk about liberal college of arts, and I would like to talk about education, which is referred to as liberal arts and science. I would like to talk about this kind of education, so that we translate as liberal arts and science. So then what is this model? What does it look like? And I would like just to refer to quote Steve Jobs, who in his presentation was saying, quote, that it's not, that technical specialists are not sufficient in DNA of Apple. So we understand that technologies are not sufficient, so they need to be combined with arts and humanities to make our hearts sing. That's exactly what we need. And then he spoke at length. So that's exactly so. Then mathematicians, engineers, he does not need so many of them. So he needs design specialists who learn how to connect the achievements of different sciences, arts in one product, putting it all together. We can establish a new dialogue with men who can just simplify this kind of work for this education and learning complex mechanisms, so that even an old lady could make use of this complex mechanism. So the dialogue with men is one of the most important areas of liberal arts specialists and students, and at our department, that's where I work. And so Microsoft actually pays attention to that as well in its documents. And the main task today is what is a liberal arts model that helps to operate and work in the 21st century. And first and foremost, I would like just to say that our department, which is called the Department of Liberal Arts and Science, St. Petersburg University, sometimes many people start asking questions. So it raises eyebrows. So are you just training liberals? No, that's not what we're doing. Maybe just you are training artists, musicians, architects. Who do you train? who do you teach? So the arts people know. It's not the full question answer because liberal arts appeared as go back to the ancient Greece. So it's science. It's a list of science goes back to ancient Greece, and then in medieval Europe, liberal arts. So the artes liberalis in Latin. So actually, it consisted of 7 keys. The first one is trivium. Trivium is which is grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. And so any adult, independent, educated, free person should be able to wield these things, to be able just to stand for his position, to argue his position, to stand by his principles, and live in this convoluted society. Then there's 4 more sciences added: quadrium, with arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music. So which actually became part of the of exact sciences because it learned harmony, it studied harmony that exists in music. And so all these sciences actually became the essence of the classical education in medieval ages, which actually survived until the present time, although certainly the number of sciences have grown up. But the liberal arts, those basic sciences, it's not just studying these sciences, but today liberal arts is creating new skills and competences that more often than not we refer to as soft skills, flexible skills, So then the International Economic Forum in Davos did a research, and they polled many employers, and they tried to figure out what are those flexible sciences, soft sciences, what are they? And because usually the employers, they always quote them when they start looking for new specialists. And I think that if there is a narrow specialization, it's not that important. Creative thinking, that's what is important, because they need to develop new products. They need to think outside the box. New competitive advantages need to be attained. And critical thinking needs to be there. And the emotional intellect, so then the ability to interact with people. So then the ability to work with people, make decisions, teamwork. And that's exactly. That is why today liberal arts is not only knowledge per se, so new knowledge that appearing in new spheres, and the knowledge of traditional sciences, but liberal arts is creating, forming a flexible skills, the ability to learn all the time, to be always on the go, can generate new ideas, new products, new meanings, new. So that's our Department of Liberal Arts and Sciences of St. Petersburg University. So these are the main principles that we live by, and so that makes us different from the classical education. Individual education, individual customized education, because we kind of abandon ourselves from the system when I studied at the St. Petersburg College, when we had different tracks, and all the 3 tracks actually would get the same number of hours of learning, and so we're the same, just as if we were just raised in an incubator, and so now it's individual trajectory, customized trajectory. So each student has its unique type of learning during the 4 years of his study at the college, and they are all different. So that's what we call customization of education. But this approach motivates the student. The student becomes more interested and grasps new knowledge with greater alacrity, and because her involvement is much higher in this process. And what's important, that specialization after majoring after the second course, we can always say that is quite challenging after when you're only 17, and when you just left school, to identify your life for the rest of your life. You know how recently I was listening to an interview of Vladimir Posner, who was saying how many spheres of activities he had changed before he found his vocation, his life vocation, from biology all the way down to translation, interpretation, and other challenging areas. And that 2 years is given to the students, to learn more, to see the general picture of the world, to play with different areas, and to try the hand. And that's how students in liberal arts, so sometimes they switch from liberal to exact, from exact to liberal science. And so then these 2 years, they are given to make this choice. So then the next specifics is interdisciplinary approach. Because any object in the world needs to be studied comprehensively from different angles, from different sides. Even at our department, so learning the brain, studying the brain, by linguists, by biologists, they study the brain, doctors, so different specializations in a comprehensive manner. Then the next specifics of our education is interactive pedagogical technologies. The students should be always involved. And that's why we have this predominance of discussions, papers, essays. So almost at every class, so the student has to speak. And that's why the teams are very small, so the groups are only 10 students, no more than that. And we don't have any lecturing, practically none, because the student independently should prepare for the next, having read the textbooks and the papers and the articles and everything, and should be able just to be involved in the discussions and being able to argue his position and speak up during the class, and certainly to protect the position on every so that almost every student participates in that. It's not like it was in our times when you could copy the lecture, study the textbook by the end of the quarter, and then to take exam, to sit for an exam successfully. You have to work every time in every class, and so lots of, up to 60 pages of special text every day, and you cannot catch up. And so then you cannot possibly catch up and then pass the exams if you don't work during the course. And then education is provided in two specialities, two disciplines. So liberal arts department, you just get the main discipline, where you specialize, do major, and then you major in something additional. So major and minor. So first major and then you minor. So you specialize yourselves in two types of knowledge, and that's on exact and humanities. It could be sometimes adjacent sciences, and that will help. It makes you more competitive and more sustainable. And if this form of education is so interesting, modern, captivating, then how well developed it is in the world right now? Has it become the model of the 21st century education, or not yet? So, and we need to answer this question, yes, because the majority of the United States colleges have already switched over to this model. United States, so this model has been around for decades, and so why this MIT University, Harvard, Princeton, Stanford, that are in the top global ratings, so they work along these lines, and so this model now is moving to Europe, and so then for 20-30 years, so they are just doing the undergraduate component using this model, including Oxford University. So then in the last 10 years, Asia is moving over to this model. So for example, China, so 6 universities have switched over to this new model, including the Peking, Beijing University, 6 universities in Japan. So they go along these lines. And what about Russia? To what extent we can work within this new system? I'm talking about my department, the Department of Liberal Arts and Science of St. Petersburg State University. It's a program. It's a kind of interdepartmental program. So it was designed in 1999 jointly with the American Bard College, famous for its innovative approaches to education, and so they helped to introduce in St. Petersburg this new system of liberal arts. And back then in 1999. So to support this program, the creation of this program, Mr. Likhachev wrote a letter to support this program and submitted it to the Ministry of Education. And they got this support. And this model has been in existence since that time. And by today, so it's been around for more than 20 years, and we can compare ourselves with other colleges of the world. And since 2020, so we started the Department of Liberal Arts within our college, and I'm the dean. And this year, so we'll be celebrating the 10th, we'll be marking the 10th anniversary of creation this liberal arts department. Recently, there was a very interesting case when a student of our department, there was a discussion in a serious scientific center. So then that was a question. So I'm a student of the second course of St. Petersburg State University, so the liberal arts and science. Liberal arts and science. Okay. So who is your dean? Who is your dean? Who is your dean? Mr. Kudrin. Question? Kudrin. Kudrin. Okay. Okay. Kudrin. So what does he understand in liberal arts? So that's good. He's friends with Mr. Gergiev, right? Maestro Gergiev. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So, Mr. Kudrin understands everything. He is a professional in all sciences and all arts. You see, and it's not just an accustomed thing to have this model. So the liberal arts that has already proven its value all over the world, and which gives you new opportunities and new opportunities for our students. And our students, I have to admit, so they're quite successful. And we have a unique diploma. So each diploma is an individual research customized work. It's a piece of art. It's certainly, maybe it's even different from what is done at our colleges, at other colleges, because it's at the intersection of other sciences. For example, so the study of geomagnetic storms and how they affect the stock exchange markets, or jazz in the art of Brodsky, or modeling the dynamics of the pandemic, and depending on the characteristics of the operations of international airports on the basis of multi-gender approach. That's why inside one department, so then there's specialization of exact and humanities. So it's kind of a cognitive, comprehensive study. So then, for example, there's another area, is a complex system of science of the world and society. And so it's one, then the analysis of big data, for example, working with the big data. So then any student of the department can make use of it. So they can major in their traditional sphere, for example, so the criticism of the movies, theater, science, architecture, economists, sociologists, but they can combine the achievements of different sciences and make the best of all the sciences. And our main pride of our faculty. For example, this year, so then the government award so was given to Mr. Gershenzon, because he was studying a certain play, ballet, and so he on the basis of the previous study of all the ballets, he developed a new play and a new ballet. So then the Gold Mask Award was given to one of our teachers for the opera that he that he made, this called prose, and it became not only just very popular in St. Petersburg. The world of linguistics was prepared by famous, renowned Mrs. Chernigovskaya, who heads the department and the lab of brain study, and got the global world recognition on a very important platform, Coursera. She got the first place among other courses of the kind by the results of 2020. And that's why we have lots of achievements. We have more awards given. And so the creative potential of our department now serves the interests of our students, but not only at our department. So these attempts to create this model are so important, because I want to point out one very important thing, that RANEPA, that set up this department a few years ago. They have this department. Maybe it does not yet fully have all these principles that I spoke about. But so the approach is somewhat different, but still, by and large, it works as the model, liberal arts model, generally very similar. So then the Tyumen University School of Prospective Studies, they work within the realm of liberal arts and sciences as well, and that is why. So in the near future, so there will be the first graduation of. Not enough. It's just very small. It's not sufficient. We need to scale it up in order to be competitive in this world. But naturally, we have challenges very often. So what we can see, so then this movement of this model of education goes against the current, because people's minds are set and it's based mostly on the enthusiasm and motivation of the deans and the faculty of these colleges. So that's to switch over this model. It could be just on the experimental basis, so the trial balloon. Let it be only for those colleges and universities that are ready to welcome this new approaches to education, because we need to. So it's much more difficult just to work to customize every student rather than just to teach them all together. And so we need to new system of regulation of the way the students are taught. So we need to introduce this new state education standard, because we're doing exact sciences, humanities, and when these two components get together, when exacts and humanities get together, that's where we get the synergy. So we need just to overcome the boundaries, the limitations, constraints of different departments. We need to go further, and so we can talk about it. And so there are many hurdles to clear. And I think that so that's why getting full support right now, the Ministry of Education, in order to go along this way. And so recently I was talking about this model after this serious in the serious meeting with our President Putin, and so he supported the idea just to build to add another program on the basis of the liberal arts for other universities, because we have a course. So he supported that idea. So then we already have this course of advanced studies of interactive studies for the teachers of other colleges and universities, and I'm talking about this liberal model of education. And it is true that we certainly want our education to be competitive. It's not the only form; it's the only set of principles that are being implemented as welcoming the new challenges of the world. And so, when I was deputy mayor of St. Petersburg, and I worked in that capacity, there were instances when people came to me. These are different spheres, different people, different specialties, different disciplines, and they would come to me and would ask me to organize meetings, sports events, support teams. They would come to me with requests for different kinds of support, so the private support, other types of support, and so very important things for the city and for the country. But then, at certain point, I made a choice. The most important thing for our country is developing education, is evolving in this area, because I made a decision that I'm not going just to support education, and so I've been involved in educational programs of universities. Sometimes they're private, small universities that are trying their hand, experiment, but the results are excellent. And I would like, in conclusion of my presentation, I'd like to go back to the words I started with. I think that modern system of education must teach us to think. So let's learn to think, and certainly it should contribute to development of our culture, of our country, and the principles of education and the state management. Without this, we wouldn't succeed.
Изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш Газпромбанк.
звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
В 2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
На наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливыми.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы. Но, честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Good evening. My name's Neil Ferguson, and contrary to the slide you just saw, I'm no longer a professor at Harvard, but in fact I'm based at the Hoover Institution at Stanford, where I'm the Milbank Family Senior Fellow. Joe Nye is indeed at Harvard and has been a member of the Harvard faculty since the year I was born, 1964, which gives you an idea of who the senior participant in this dialogue is. Joe has been one of the leading lights at Harvard's Kennedy School, and during my 12 years at Harvard, one of the great pleasures was getting to know Joe and discussing on a regular basis with him our often contrasting views of the global geopolitical situation. So what I'm hoping is that this evening we'll be able to model that kind of civil disagreement that used to characterize academic life in a bygone era. Joe, it's a pleasure to see you. It's a little odd to be having a conversation in Moscow when we're both in rather remote locations in the United States. But although we're relatively isolated in this period of pandemic, we're both following closely the unfolding global situation. It's a little early, I think, to talk about a post-pandemic world. It certainly feels anything but post in the United States right now. But I thought I'd begin this session by asking you to assess how you think the pandemic has impacted the global balance of power, because there's a kind of conventional view emerging, and one reads it in many different journals, newspapers, and magazines, that China somehow won 2020 and the United States lost, despite the fact that, of course, the pandemic had its origins in China and initially hit China hardest. So how are you assessing the situation? It's now a year since we first began to realize that a global pandemic was on its way. Did China win?
Well, I think I agree with you, Neil, that in the short run of 2020, China did better. It did very badly at the beginning, but it got things under control. Trump administration was unable to get things under control, and you really had a terrible performance in the United States. I think the big question is, what do we see not in the short run, but in the medium run? I'm always struck, and I'd love to get your view on this, if we were having this debate about the geopolitical effects of the great influenza in 1918, and we were saying, would we predict how 1930 will look? How little impact the influenza had. There were enormous impacts, but they were mostly from World War I, and there was surprisingly little influence from the pandemic. And as a historian, so as we try to say, what will things look like in 2030 as a result of the pandemic, maybe it's not the pandemic which is the driver. Another way of putting it is, big causes don't always have big effects. But I'd be curious of lessons of history, what you think of how we understand that episode 100 years ago.
It's a great question, and viewers, you'll already have spotted that Joe is the international relations political science guy, and I am the history guy on this call. 1918-19's so-called Spanish influenza was much worse in terms of the mortality that it caused than COVID-19. And if you go back to March of last year, many people were worried that we were on the brink of an equally bad experience. COVID-19 is bad, but it's not as bad as 1918-19, which killed not only a larger number of people, almost certainly a larger share of the world's population, making it one of the top 10 pandemics in history, but it also killed a lot of young people. And that means that the quality-adjusted life years lost, to use a technical term, really were much, much greater. So it's a very good point you make, Joe. Looking back and trying to find the consequences of the 1918-19 influenza is almost impossible because you can't distinguish them from the consequences of World War I. One of the biggest consequences, certainly from a Russian vantage point, was, of course, the 1917 revolutions. Well, those happened before the influenza pandemic began because it didn't get going until the middle of 1918. And I don't think it actually had a significant impact on the unfolding of events in the Russian Empire. Typhus was probably a more important variable in the Russian Civil War than the influenza. On the other hand, the Spanish influenza, which was only called Spanish because the uncensored Spanish press were reporting on it, whereas the newspapers in combatant countries tended to play it down, probably did accelerate the end of the war. It's my view that one reason the German army collapsed in the middle of 1918 was actually sickness, which massively spiked in the German army. And it seems plausible, though one can't be sure now if it was indeed the Spanish influenza, that that's one reason the fighting ended. But politically, it's really hard to disentangle. The United States was quite severely hit by the 1918-19 influenza, not as bad as some Latin American and Asian countries, but pretty hard hit. You'd probably be talking about 2 million deaths in terms of today's population. But what were the consequences? You can't disentangle them from the war, from the Red Scare, the fear that that communism might be spreading to the United States, and a whole other bunch of variables. So I think you're right to be skeptical. But let me put this to you. In just the same way as the Spanish influenza came as a world war was happening and influenced perhaps the timing of the end of that war, so COVID-19 came in the midst of what I call Cold War II. That is to say, that deterioration in relations between the United States and China that we'd been seeing certainly since Donald Trump became president, and I would argue from even earlier than that. And so the real significance of the pandemic was its impact on Cold War II, in that it made China the natural villain of the peace for many Americans and not just for Republicans. The deterioration of China's popularity in the world has been one of the striking features of the last 12 months. And I think one of the reasons it's not true that China somehow won 2020. So the way I think about this is that the pandemic has come at a time when Cold War II had already begun, and it has intensified the rivalry, the competition between Beijing and Washington, to the point that a new administration under Joe Biden can't actually stop it. It's kind of stuck with Cold War II, and the most that it can probably do is something like the détente of the 1970s. So how does that sound as an historical analogy?
Well, I think you and I can disagree on whether the terminology of Cold War II is better than what I call a cooperative rivalry. But the question I would ask, and I agree with you, that the trends in U.S.-China relations are very negative. I've written that the U.S.-China relationship is the worst it's been in 50 years. So I don't think we're disagreeing factually. The question I think, though, is still interesting is, would that be any different whether there'd been a pandemic or not? And that goes back to my analogy to 1918-19. These deeper trends were there. And it's not, and everybody, because we're obsessed with the current pain of the pandemic, everybody says, oh, this is going to be having a huge effect. I would argue that the current COVID-19 pandemic is accentuating pre-existing trends rather than reversing them. I would argue that, yes, worsening of U.S.-China relations, I agree. But I'm not, and the pandemic adds a bit to that because Trump kept referring to the China flu or the China virus and so forth. But I'm not sure that that would have been all that different, even if there hadn't been a pandemic.
Well, professors love to debate semantics, so maybe we should resist that temptation and agree to disagree about the nomenclature, whether it's cooperative rivalry or just another Cold War. Let's consider the possibility that what happened in 2020 accentuated or accelerated this trend towards friction and rivalry between China and the United States. To my eyes, and here a Russian audience would be, I think, interested to comment. To my eyes, what happened in Wuhan back in December of 2019 and January of 2020 was Chernobyl writ large. Of course, we look back on Chernobyl as one of the key moments in the disintegration or at least decline and fall of the Soviet Union. But the thing about COVID-19 is that the culture of cover-up, which characterized the Communist Party in 1980s Russia, was also there in the China of 2019-2020. And that had disastrous consequences, to the extent that it wasn't until January the 23rd that there was an attempt to cut off the outflow of Chinese people, not just from Wuhan, but from all over China, that undoubtedly spread the virus to the rest of the world. Compared with Chernobyl, the Wuhan flu, which you're not allowed to call it, killed way, way more people. In fact, the death toll of Chernobyl was really quite modest, even in Ukraine itself. So this was a disaster of a much higher magnitude than the disaster of Chernobyl. And I think what it did was to validate the narrative of President Trump and his key national security team, Mike Pompeo, also at the National Security Council, Matt Pottinger, that China really was no better than the Soviet Union, that it was a communist-led state bent on not just competing with the United States, but actually harming it. And for me, the really interesting point is that also began to sink in elsewhere. If you had gone back and asked Europeans in 2019 how they thought about the world, very few would have accepted the idea that China was a hostile force in global politics. That really changed last year. If one looks at the Pew surveys, massive increase in anti-Chinese sentiment in nearly every developed economy, and not only in Europe. One could see it in Asia, not least in India, though India wasn't surveyed by Pew. So I'm kind of inclined to argue that it did more than just accentuate an existing trend. I think it fundamentally changed views in the rest of the world about China and made the rest of the world, particularly Europe and India, much more open to the argument that China is the problem, and there needs to be, if not some strategy of containment, at least a strategy of contending with the Chinese challenge. I don't think you could make that argument in 2019 and get very far.
Well, that's an interesting point. I think both U.S. and China lost a good deal of soft power, the ability to get what you want through attraction rather than coercion or payment. And I think you're right that China's if we did a ledger of Chinese power before and after 2020, on the negative side of the ledger, we'd put what you just said, that China lost a good deal of soft power. The positive side of the ledger for China, it recovered more quickly, and its economy recovered more quickly. So you have Chinese net economic growth, probably, we don't know for certain because Chinese numbers are very suspect, but let's say that you have something like around 3% positive economic growth, whereas for the US, it's more like minus 3%. And what this has done is accelerated the period when the Chinese overall gross national product may exceed the American gross national product measured in current exchange rates. So people used to say it would happen sometime in the mid-2030s. Now maybe it'll be 2030. Or, in other words, it may have advanced that crossover line on aggregate economic size by a few years, but that'll depend to some extent on what happens next in China and also what happens next in the United States under Biden. So I would argue China had a loss on soft power, gain on hard power. But again, I worry about extrapolating too much from these very short-term trends. I still think, in fact, that American hard power over the longer run, it remains quite impressive. If you look at the alliances that the Americans have that the Chinese don't have. Asia, as Bill Emmett pointed out some time ago, has its own internal balance of power. China has to worry about how it copes with Japan, the third largest economy in the world, and India, the largest population in the world. And the fact that those countries want American alliance because they fear the growth of China is a major asset for the U.S. In addition to questions like energy dependence, which Americans come out strongly, demographic change, where the population trends are better for the U.S. than China. So there's over the long run on hard power assets. I think the U.S. has got a lot of assets, and the fact that China may have a larger economy in terms of aggregate GDP measured in exchange rates, that's important, but it's not determining. So the question then is, how do we balance that ledger? Whether the Chinese loss of soft power is greater than this slight gain in hard power. And to me, that's still an open question.
Let's look ahead, as I think our duty on this call is to do some futurology. The Biden administration is just days away from being in power. And I'm going to sketch what I think is a plausible scenario for at least its first 2 years. Part one, the pandemic ends, or at least is brought under control to the point that normal life can resume. It ends in a combination of natural and vaccine generated herd immunity. It comes to an end faster than people expect, so that by May the 1st, everyone is pleasantly surprised to find that life is getting back to normal. Part two, because of this, and combined with fiscal and monetary stimulus that has not been seen in time of peace ever in American history, the US economy roars back to life this year, to the point that in the second half, people start worrying about inflationary pressures. Every kind of financial asset remains at stratospheric heights. And there is a sudden sense, to quote Joe Biden, that America is back because, part three, the administration reverts to a far more normal pattern of diplomacy compared with the Trump administration, and it's welcomed with open arms by Europeans and by America's Asian allies. So a year from now, things feel a lot different. Trumpism still exists, but it's a problem for the Republican Party rather than a threat to the Biden administration, because the divisions that Trump has left in his wake are very, very difficult for Republicans to overcome. Indeed, there is even a chance of a Trump party contesting the 2024 election. So I'm going to suggest that the bad year that the United States had in 2020 gives way to a really good year in 2021. And all that was said at the end of 2020 about the damage to American soft power, particularly the damage done by the events of January the 6th when a mob stormed the Capitol. All this is a suddenly distant memory, and it really does feel like America is back. Final point, China, grappling with financial problems as well as long-established demographic headwinds, doesn't perform as well in 2021 as the IMF and others project, because its policymakers have to focus on deleveraging to bring private household and corporate debt under control. And so 12 months from now, it no longer feels as if China won. It feels as if America is back. And in particular, because the American alliance system, which was so disrupted by Donald Trump, very quickly reforms itself. And it's China that begins to look isolated in Asia. And it's the US that is back to being the dominant player. How does that scenario strike you? And is there some bad news that I'm missing for the United States?
Well, I think that's quite a plausible scenario. Most of my economist colleagues here, your former colleagues, expect a robust recovery after the vaccine and after you get the stimulus you described. Most people are saying yes, it's going to be a V-shaped recovery at that point. So I think that part is plausible. I also think that the diplomatic part you described, that the alliances are going to be restored. That's been a high priority for Biden and for the people who are working for him. What will that look like in terms of U.S.-China relations is still a little bit uncertain. The Biden administration is going to put Kurt Campbell, former Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian Affairs, actually my former deputy when I worked in the Pentagon. He's going to be in the White House in charge of an overall China policy, trying to pull together the various parts of the government on China policy. Now, Kurt has a reputation of something of a hawk on China, but I knowing him well, it's pretty balanced. In other words, he's not going to put up with some of the steps that China has taken to tilt the playing field in its favor in the past. But I don't think he has the same ideological thrust that, say, Pompeo had. And so I think you're going to see a tough U.S.-China relationship, but I don't think you're going to have that ideological edge to it that you saw in Pompeo. In those circumstances, I think you're going to see a continuation of this bad relationship, but not a continuing spiral downward. In other words, I would take your scenario and say, if the Chinese think that the Americans are in decline and they can press hard, I think that's not going to work. And I think you might find some sort of an equilibrium rather than a continued downward spiral, which you might have had if Trump had been reelected. But I know so yes, mostly yes. But with this question of, will this level off or will it continue to get worse?
This is a great opportunity to take advantage of your network of former students who are now in an incoming administration, because it seems to me that one thing's very clear, reading Kurt Campbell's most recent publications and Jake Sullivan's, and following Tony Blinken, the incoming Secretary of State's recent tweets on Chinese issues, we are not going back to 2015, 2016. We are not going back to the late Obama period when it seemed that that administration had essentially given up on a pivot to Asia that would somehow check China's rise. In fact, I think we'll be amazed by the continuity between the Trump and Biden administrations on China policy. Let me ask you about something that I just read this week, an article by your former colleague, Kurt Campbell, in Foreign Affairs. I was pleasantly amazed by the article because it seemed to be one of those rare occasions when a policymaker accurately quotes Henry Kissinger. For those who haven't read it, Kurt Campbell argues that the right analogy for thinking about how the US deals with Asia is the analogy with Kissinger's account of how Britain dealt with Europe after the Napoleonic Wars in his first and some would say most brilliant book, A World Restored. Now, if that's the template for US strategy towards China, with Kurt Campbell in the driving seat as so-called Asia Tsar, or what is it, coordinator for the Indo-Pacific region, a term borrowed from the Trump administration, then China is definitely in for a challenging time, because the whole notion there is that the US should be a balancing power seeking to prevent any one power becoming dominant on the Asian landmass. And that one power, obviously, that has to be prevented from becoming dominant must be China. So I wonder, knowing him as you do, if I'm right to interpret this as a pretty profound shift in Democratic Party thinking about China compared with where we were pre-Trump.
Well, I think there's been definitely a shift in Democratic Party thinking, but it's even broader than that. Remember, back in the George W. Bush administration, when Bob Zoellick talked about aiming to make China a responsible stakeholder, which continues on in the Obama administration, there was a feeling that China, with economic growth and enrichment, would moderate, not become a democracy, but would moderate its behavior. Basically, that turned out to be a false expectation, in the sense that, particularly after Xi Jinping takes over, you can imagine Xi Jinping walking around Beijing with a little invisible hat, but a little red hat that says, "Make China great again." And he reverses Deng Xiaoping's "bide your time." He takes aggressive policy actions overseas, like building the artificial islands in the South China Sea, and tight party control at home, and tighter and tighter party control at home, cracks down in Hong Kong. I think that affected not just Democratic opinion, but affected American opinion more broadly. I've sometimes said that, I said this to an audience when I spoke in Beijing a couple of years ago. I said, you may lament the current fire in U.S.-China relations, but you have to ask who lit the fire. And frankly, you did. And Donald Trump came along and threw gasoline on the fire. So it flared up. But the fire really goes back to your actions. I think some Chinese are beginning to understand that. And I think Kurt Campbell, just to go back to your question about him, certainly saw that ahead of many other people in the Democratic Party. But it's not just Kurt, and it's not just or Tony Blinken or Jake Sullivan, though I think they're all terrific people to administer a policy or to guide a policy. I think it's a broad shift in American public opinion on China. And I think that my fault with Trump administration is not the direction that they were going, but the way they did it. I mean, putting tariffs on China made sense. Banning Huawei makes sense. But putting tariffs on our own allies and banning TikTok, and then the sort of the ideological tone that Pompeo took, all these, it seems to me, get in the way of proper management of a balance of power, which is what your allusion to the world restored makes clear. I think Kurt Campbell is going to continue the toughness of Trump policy, but without the ideological overlay. And I think that actually is healthy.
So if this is right, and I agree with everything that you've just said, particularly I agree with the point that it was really China that lit the fire, that if Cold War II is the right term, China started it, and the US really just reacted, I think rather belatedly reacted, and clumsily reacted. Now the US has a chance to, I think, handle China far more intelligently. And that implies an effort by the Biden administration to strengthen its relations with key Asian allies, Japan in the east, India in the south, and also South Korea. There's the thorny question of Taiwan, though, isn't there? If I were asking the question, what will be the flashpoint that brings Cold War II close to hot war. The analogy with, I don't know, Berlin 61 or Cuba 62, I think it would be Taiwan. But the question is there a Taiwan crisis really soon? Or is it something that is going to come later? We know Xi Jinping regards bringing Taiwan back into the fold, not just de jure, but de facto, as his ultimate strategic goal. It's one of the reasons he got rid of the implicit term limits in Chinese politics. But I'm asking myself when this flares up, and if it flares up, how the Biden administration will respond. One thing that threw me was that I'd expected Michelle Flournoy to be defense secretary in the Biden administration, and she didn't get the job. It was pretty clear from her writing last year that she saw Taiwan as a key part of U.S. strategy, and that the U.S. should increase the credibility of its commitment to Taiwan. But I don't know what the incoming defense secretary is going to do in that regard, and I wonder what you think. It's a question I've discussed with our mutual friend, Dr. Kissinger, and his view, I think, is that there will be some kind of showdown, but not imminently, because the Chinese don't feel ready for a showdown. How do you think about Taiwan? Because it seems to me the obvious flashpoint in the U.S.-China relationship.
Well, I agree with you. It's a very dangerous flashpoint. I still think it could be managed. There's some people who say that Xi Jinping, under domestic political pressure, is going to decide that he has to act quickly or soon. More people think that he's still deterred. If you want to ask what could disrupt the plans to have China successful at both its economy and policy, a war with the U.S. would be it. And it indeed is one of, according to Kevin Rudd and others, it's one of the things that could possibly lead to the unseating of Xi Jinping if he lost such a war. So I think she is going to be cautious. I have some friends who think, he feels the window is closing, he's got to act right away. I think he also feels deterred and realizes that this could be as Henry Kissinger warns, a 1914 moment, and not a 45, but a 14. And in that sense, I think what's been American policy on Taiwan, to oversimplify a diplomatic formula, is no declaration of de jure independence by Taiwan and no use of force by Beijing. And within that framework, the two sides of the Taiwan Strait arrange their relationship. For a long time, this was called strategic ambiguity. When I was in the Pentagon, I went to Beijing and was asked, would we defend Taiwan? And my comment to the Chinese government officials who were asking this is, it doesn't matter what I say, because you shouldn't believe me or any other American, because in 1950, the Secretary of State said Korea was outside our defense perimeter, and within 6 months we were at war. So you have to realize that the uncertainties here are sufficiently great that you better accept deterrence. The status quo is better. And that, I think, is what the Americans are trying to continue. And the question is, how much do we need to enhance deterrence to be able to do that? I think the answer I give is, yes, you want to enhance deterrence in terms of defense buildup and in terms of helping Taiwan with its weapons. You don't want to do the kinds of things that Trump is doing, which is sending the American UN ambassador to Beijing, to Taipei, and make it look as though the window is closing on the diplomatic recognition part of this. In other words, tighten the defense capabilities so that the costs are very clear, but don't poke a finger in China's eye in terms of Chinese domestic politics. I think that will be the approach that that the Biden administration will take. And that's different from the Trump administration, which kept nibbling away at this half of the equation, which related to Taiwan's de jure diplomatic status. But we'll have to see.
We've got just 10 minutes left of this conversation, and it would be remiss of me not to ask what the future holds for Russia, as this is a Russian event. I sense a kind of strange flipping of the geopolitical kaleidoscope. If one goes back to the 1970s, there was a falling apart of the relationship between the Soviet Union and China. In the period that you just alluded to, that of the Korean War, the partnership was close, but the Soviet Union was clearly the dominant partner. And Mao was in many ways duped by Stalin into fighting the Korean War on Stalin's behalf. So if we think about the geopolitical situation today, there's the same close relationship between Russia and China that there was in 1950, but China is the senior partner. And Russia is very clearly the junior partner. This relationship is very close. This is something that often is missed by Western commentators, how much Xi and President Putin see of one another and how much their thinking has become aligned. But from a historical point of view, it's actually anomalous. It's rare for Russia and China to be in such a close partnership. And an obvious question, once again, thinking in Kissinger terms, is what can the United States do to change that so that, as in Kissinger's time, Russia and China are each closer to the United States than they are to one another? Now, that seems an almost impossible task at this point, given the way that the US-Russian relationship has been frozen, in effect, certainly since 2014 and maybe for longer than that. Is there something the Biden administration can do to unfreeze the relationship? I avoid the word reset, so that the close proximity of Moscow to Beijing can, in some measure, be lessened. I wish I knew the answer to this. I really hope you do.
Well, I don't think anything's going to happen rapidly on this. Both Russia and China find it useful to coordinate their diplomacy because the Americans are such a nuisance. I mean, you know, the Americans are an obstruction or a difficult country. And, you know, if there's a natural diplomatic alliance of convenience between Russia and China, and that's not going to go away. On the other hand, with time, the gap between Russia and China is growing. In other words, as Chinese economic growth continues, you're finding that China is outstripping all of its partners in the BRICS. And the gap between them is increasing. At some point, that's got to make Russians feel uncomfortable. In other words, it's one thing to be the junior partner. It's another to get to be a smaller and smaller partner. So I think the Russians will have their own internal reasons for concern. Then the question is on the American relations with Russia. So that means there'll be some growth of distancing from China because of Russia's own concerns. On the American-Russian relationship, I don't think you can have, as you said, a reset or a sudden détente or so forth. But there are a number of practical steps that the Biden administration can take. One is to extend the strategic arms limitation talks. Another is to start talks about rules of the road for cyber. I've argued that the Russian approach, which is to have a verifiable treaty in the UN, doesn't work. You can't tell what's a cyber weapon and what's not. But you can do something like the 1972 Incidents at Sea Agreement, in which the US and the Soviet Union were at loggerheads ideologically, but both realized that the practices that they engaged in of close surveillance to make each other turn on radios and so forth ran the risk of carrying them over the brink, that there was an escalation danger. I think, if Biden were to send a top-level emissary to Putin and say, let's develop some rules of the road for cyber. We both are going to carry out cyber espionage, but there are limits. And let's talk about what those limits are and find procedures for how we deal with them. Remember, during the Cold War, when it came to espionage, there were what we called the rules of the road. We didn't execute each other's spies. We expelled them. And I think you could imagine the Biden administration doing some very practical things, both on the nuclear area and the cyber area, just based on self-interest of the U.S. and the Russians. If that occurs, you're going to get some improvement in U.S.-Russian relations at the same time that the natural economic forces are going to create some increased distance in China-Russia relations. And I think gradually that is a prospect for some more balance or equilibrium in the tripartite relationship.
We're almost out of time. We just have 4 minutes left. So let me offer one brief concluding observation and leave the last word to you. Sometimes as an historian, I get a little giddy looking at the world because I'm Atlantic man. And I think of you as an Atlantic man too, Joe. We've both spent part of our careers at Oxford and part at Harvard, and crossing the Atlantic was something that we both did a lot of, at least before 2020. And yet this world is a trans-Pacific world, a world in which the flashpoints are in Asia, and the issue really is who dominates the Indo-Pacific region, the US or China. And that's, I think, the thing that makes me giddy, because I just assume Europe's important, and I'm coming to the realization that it may not be all that important in this world. I used to assume the Middle East was vitally important, and it may not be in this world, particularly given the direction of energy policy in most countries. So Russia has a foothold in the Middle East. It has asserted its power, at least in Eastern Europe, with respect to Ukraine, but maybe it doesn't matter who is powerful in Eastern Europe and who is the power broker in the Middle East. Am I right in thinking that the world has flipped to a Pacific world rather than an Atlantic world? And was I therefore right to move to Stanford, to the Pacific Rim, and leave the Atlantic world behind? A last word to you, Joe.
Well, I wish you'd stayed in Cambridge, because I not only enjoyed your company, but I very much enjoyed the company of your wife. But we won't go there. On the larger question of the trend of, yes, the world economy, as you know, in 1800, half of it was in Asia, and half the population was in Asia. By 1900, the world economy was 20% in Asia, because of the Industrial Revolution in Europe and North America. And what we're seeing in the latter part of the 20th century and this century is what you might call a restoration of normal proportions. So we are going to see, if you want, not the rise of Asia, but the recovery of Asia. And that means that Asia is much more than China. It's India and Japan and others. And that means that we are going to have to pay more diplomatic attention to Asia on many issues, like the South China Sea or Taiwan and so forth. We're going to have to work closely with India and Japan on maintaining a balance. But there's some global issues such as cyber, the use of artificial intelligence, new standards that are being set, in which the Europeans actually are extremely important in taking the lead in some areas. For example, privacy in the cyber realm. And so in that sense, the Europeans still have a role to play. It's not just that France occasionally sends some ships to join, Britain sends some ships to join in freedom navigation operations in the South China Sea. It's that the standards that are set in Europe, which affect privacy and the rise of the surveillance state in the cyber world, Europe's still very important there. And so I think, yes, for military affairs, we're going to have to think more in terms of Asia.
But on some of these issues of the cyber domain, Europe's still going to be a very important ally.
Well, Joe, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, and I also miss Cambridge, where we could see one another more often without the intermediation of Zoom. This session, I think, has now reached its conclusion. We Atlantic men try to be punctual, so I'll simply encourage everybody who's listened to this to read Joe Nye on a regular basis if you don't already, wherever he is published, whether it's in Foreign Affairs or Project Syndicate. He's an indispensable guide to this extraordinarily complicated world we currently inhabit. I've hugely enjoyed this conversation. I hope it's been of interest to those viewing it or listening to it. And I wish everybody at the Gaidar Forum the very best of luck, and not too belated in Russian terms, Happy New Year. Thanks, everybody.
До свидания.
До свидания.
Goodbye.